Good evening and welcome. So, slow day. Midweek slowness, I guess. Or maybe it's just, maybe we're just getting tired of Factorio. Is that it? I'm not quite. But I have had a little bit of a conundrum today because the next masterclass is for Clever, and it was surprisingly difficult for me to get my shit together to actually sit down and do the preparations for doing Clever one more time or several more times to sort of get a good flow of the video and just figuring out if it was actually feasible what I was saying. Yeah. Can I ask a question about Factorio? Yeah, of course you can ask a question. You already did. Yeah. I always find this thing where people write, and it's also like someone wrote a message to me on Discord and got like, can I ask a question? I'm like, you already did. Like, I just ask the damn question and move on. I'm like, why? Oh, right. Best guide for a brand new player who doesn't have the expansion. That is Let's Start Automating. That is my best series. And it is from 1.0 and it is still current. So if you don't have the expansion, yes, that's still it. If you have the expansion, then that's still pretty good until you need to get off the planet. But then maybe like the first 15 episodes are still probably the best way to get started. Do you have a blueprint or video about making a spaceship that makes blue, legendary green and red circuits? I know you can upcycle asteroids, but I'm struggling with the ship design. Okay, so many things. I wouldn't do that. Not like that. Blue circuits have a 300% productivity bonus, so you can get everything back that you are putting in. So you can actually upcycle it without really having a loss. So Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't know. Would I make? No, I wouldn't make blue circuits on a spaceship. But then again, like, why not? I think it's probably a good idea. Green and reds. I think that you're better off making blues and then deconstruct them into reds, actually. When you get the legendary ones. Instead of making legendaries. So you make legendary blue and then you just break them apart and you get the greens, and it's kind of, it's the same. You don't lose anything from doing that. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I would do legendary blue circuits like that now with. I don't know. No, I wouldn't. No, because you need a lot of copper, and you get the copper from the LDS shuffle, and that's just better. You can't really do that in bulk. So no, I don't think so. No, maybe. About how much carbon per second should I shoot for on Aquilo to tide over onto local proxy line? Carbon per second on Aquilo? I have no idea what you need for carbon per second for Aquilo. I have no idea. I have not used a single carbon on Aquilo, so I don't know. So I don't know what carbon is used for on Aquilo. So yep. How do I apply the paste bin after I open it? From your description in Let's Automate series, so I can follow along. Oh right, are those paste bin? If they still exist, then you open the game and open import blueprint, and then you paste the text file in there. Yeah, don't get carbon from a ship to burn for heat. That makes no sense. There's literally nothing about that makes sense. Might as well import biter eggs to burn those off. It didn't work. Shit, I don't know. Let me check something. Explain the base. I'm just trying to look. Grip on the world. Bombs and biters. Ooh, that's a lot. It's a really old shit, this one. Oh, right, there's something missing here. Let's start automating. Okay, let me see. The link. That's just save games. Okay, yeah, for the older ones, yes, I just had those pastebins. Basically, pastebin thing that didn't stop working. So I went over, and Jeff S from the community made a Factorio bin, and I started using Factorio bin. And then when Space Age came out, then I started sort of saying my blueprints are a Patreon perk because of the time I spent on making them. And then I have not migrated all of the old pastebin links. They are just kind of gone with the, yeah, dead like disco. So that tends to call some properties of fundamental particle by their color. Blue, red, and green. I mean, that's probably because those are colors. Probably not. It's the correlation is probably to red, blue, green as the colors that human eye can see, and not as in science have been like, oh my god, I'm playing Factorio, let's copy the colors, the brilliant innovation here that's come from that. Don't particularly enjoy the thought of shipping. Oh, now it's rocket fuel. I don't know why you would ship 10,000 rocket fuel, but even if you do, so what? Then ship 1,000 and then get it up and running. There's really not a problem about it. You want to get rocket fuel made on Aquilo because it's super easy to make on Aquilo. But you might not have it immediately, so just ship it over there. How should I start my Aquilo heat? You import rocket fuel. You're kidding me. rocket fuel is the best fuel that you can use. So yeah, I mean, it's technically not the best, but it's high compression. It works. Just import the rocket fuel. You're gonna bring stuff anyway to Aquila because you can't make anything there. So you're gonna have to bring your everything you need there. So of course you also bring some rocket fuel to heat it up. It's pretty obvious to me, at least. I don't know why. It seems like you're not really asking me what you're imposing a million different restrictions on yourself, and then you're asking me to solve it. Like, sorry, no. You can do the way I do it, and or you can say I have weird restrictions that make me not able to do it. Then, sure, you do you. You still almost exhausted of work by the end of the day, and you still have 2 more to go. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think that nuclear reactor was a good idea. I think it was like obvious thing to do, but I don't think it's better. I think I would just, from moving forward, I would just use the rocket fuel exclusively, because the nuclear power is either you have to keep shipping nuclear fuel to Aquila, which I tend to don't want to do, but on the other hand, you yeah, so, or you have to redesign it anyway. So I would rather build to something that I don't need to redesign anyway. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I did the nuclear first time around, and I thought that was sort of the essence of it. And since we're also coming in with a spaceship with the nuclear power, a nuclear powered spaceship, then it made sense to do that. But it did really. It honestly did really make a lot of sense when we got down to it. Also, there's this issue that your ship coming into Aquila has nuclear fuel on it, and then Aquila requests nuclear fuel, so it will take it from that spaceship, leaving nothing there. Ugh. So. Yeah. If you live on Aquila, solar is a bad idea. So maybe if you live on Aquila, then it makes sense. Yeah. According to Grok, I mean, if you're saying according to Grok, then I would give your 2 sources as much credit. Sorry to say that Grok is not unbiased. Is about as unbiased as your first source was. So, but yes. It is, in fact, cheap. So solar is incredibly cheap. So just import the base and book blueprints from the Let's Play workload. Don't know if they work with the minor recipe changes. They do. Base in the book is fine. Yeah, and it works, and it's still good. And I'm happy with it. It works pretty good for what it did at the time, and that would also be sort of my for Papa Couch. Base in the book is probably a better bet to get those, because it's a nicer base. But the series called Let's Start Automating, I try to explain it for a relatively newbie. In Base in the book, I assume that you played the game, completed it before, so I'm not explaining why. I'm explaining why I do this. Yeah, Base in the book we get tutorial, but that's how I did it myself. And no one has yet left the age of recycling those panels in bulk. There will come a lot of expenses. What? I mean, that's a... yeah, I don't know. That's a weird proposition. Like, since when has the recycling cost of anything ever been part of the issue? Like, it's never been. It's never been part of it. You can also say, like, oh, in Denmark there are still some windmills that are 20 years old, and they're still working. They're not producing a lot of power, but they're still working. And yeah, so solar panels are probably, I mean, I would think that they're incredibly easy to get rid of. And sure, you can just do like you do with all the other crap. You just throw it in a landfill somewhere and just be done with it. So I think that the whole recycling thing is like really straining to, yeah, to be to find a problem. I don't know what Lazard is. Funny how the cost of wind and solar panel has increased since 2021. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Why would the cost of solar and wind energy increase? That looks weird. There's almost all of them go up. Inflation? Cap it? Yeah, capitalism. Don't know. I don't know. The thing is, like, when you also compare solar and wind energy, their biggest disadvantage is that you can't really control wind. So that is, it needs something else. It either needs some power storage or it needs some kind of other more on-demand power sources to cover it when at night when there's no wind. Oops, everything is off. Then you need something else. Just build reverse rivers and lakes. That's what they do in Norway. That's they have hydropower, and when Denmark has too much wind energy and we have to get rid of it, then we pay Norway to take the energy, and Norway uses that energy to pump water up into the mountains so that when the wind is not blowing, they can sell the same stored wind energy back to Denmark at a premium. Awesome. So yeah, it is working like that, because you have to get rid of your electricity when, and that's sometimes a problem for Denmark. And the thing is, like, everyone can pretty much figure out when it's windy, so it's pretty obvious that it's windy tomorrow. Okay, let's wait for the price to drop of Danish wind energy, or German wind energy for that matter. Blow the wind back. I mean, please figure that out, because that's a perpetual motion machine here. Yeah. Yeah. So it's I think it's good, and we just need to take basically every single big building and new buildings, and particularly those warehouses and factories and stuff like that. Just put solar panels on everything. And parking lots are the most obvious thing. Like, you cover a parking lot with solar panels, suddenly you have parking in the shade and you have free power. It's like, juicy. It's just such a good combo. And then you have also charging for your electric vehicles. Yummy. Love it. So should automate. Gotta read books or just gaming? I don't know. Is autumn a good time to read books, and any books that need reading? So, yeah. Anyway, I have a little anecdote, some of you, hopefully a lot of you, are supporting me on Patreon. Thank you. So I thought, since there are people who support me on Patreon, and I thought, you know what, I also wanted to, like, if there's some creator that I really enjoy their content, and I feel that they might be sort of struggling because of the way they structure their content. They don't do it for sort of maximum profit. They do it because they have a passion for it. Then I want to support. Yes, I'll do that. So I found someone I've been following for a long time and sort of been considering. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna pledge, and I'm gonna pledge at the highest tier, because I want to make a showing, and you know, it says like, oh, you have my eternal gratitude and all that stuff, and all the perks and stuff like that, and just let me know anytime. So I pledge, and because I've been watching their YouTube channel for a while, like a long time, And then I write a message like, hey, I know it's difficult and can't create it myself, and awesome that you're doing this, and I just want to support because, hey, want support. So wrote a long message about sort of how I followed the channel and my interaction and why this is interesting to me, and, you know, all that good stuff. But now it's been a week, and so I've canceled the subscription. Because then, you know, if you pledge $100 a month to a small creator and you write them a message, if they don't reply within a week, they don't fucking deserve it. Like, that's just not okay. That is just not okay. So, yeah, and sure, if there's like an update, then Patreon doesn't allow you to sort of customize how you see messages in that regard. So either you get every message or you get no messages about new patrons or upgrades or stuff like that. So you're kind of relying on people sort of writing a message when they sort of pledged, or if they want to get in touch with you. Otherwise, I'm assuming that people mainly just want to get blueprints. But that was an Eminem talk about that similar situation. Yes. Yeah. I wrote a letter. Must be. Yeah. I. You know what? I should have quoted them song in the. Yeah. Yeah. So, but it. You know, I think that it'll ring really hollow next time this creator is saying like, oh, it's so difficult to, and I'm so reliant on patrons, and I really appreciate it. Like, well, you could check your patron once in a while and actually respond to messages, because, you know, yeah. So, yeah. And of course, if it's like a giant channel with, I don't know, 20,000 subscriptions, pledges, then it's like but then again, if that's the case, they would have someone managing it. So, you know, best things. Well, otherwise, I'd have maintained my tier 3. Thank you. So, yeah. So anyway, that was a short time doing that. So, but families are expensive. Oh, families are expensive, and yeah, if you it's also incredible if you have kids, and then you see some of your friends who never got kids, and you probably have like comparable jobs, and you're like, they have so much disposable income. It is ridiculous how much disposable income that dinks, double income, no kids have. It is incredible. It's like, didn't you were just traveling last month, and now you're going away again? I was like, yeah, well, we felt like Galapagos Islands was a nice place for a weekend trip. Like, are you fucking kidding me? So, and thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Compares between Patreon and OnlyFans. Same purpose, just different content. Yeah, it is the same concept. It's same purpose. It absolutely is. Patreon is better than OnlyFans. OnlyFans take 20%, and Patreon, because I am grandfathered into a good, the best tier of patronage before they changed it. So now, if you join on Patreon, it's like they take 15% cut, but they take 5% cut for me, which is really nice. This is why I like it. And they also take some transfer fees, which is a little bit bogus, but whatever. So, yeah. So, Patreon is really good, because it's not like on Twitch. It's 30% cut to Bezos and his homies, which is still the best that is possible on Twitch, unless you have like an exclusive contract, and we are not in that league where we get exclusive contracts. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't. I don't know. Definitely sort of sitting sweet on that mid tier. Patron, partner plus, and then the exclusive contracts up at the top. But yeah, not there, and certainly not in a growth mode to get us there either. But that's fine. So, That's fine. We're just sitting happy here. Yeah. So anyway, that was my sort of foray into supporting other creators. I've done it before as well, also supported other creators, and honestly, it's oftentimes it's been a little bit disappointing, which I'm kind of something I'm struggling with. It's like, okay, so of course there's a lot of people who pledge, get the blueprints, and cancel again, and that's fine. But then there's also a lot of people who stick around, and I really appreciate that. And I just kind of have to think about, like, okay, how do I continuously deliver content and deliver sort of some value? And of course, right now it's just Factorio, but then it'll be some other game some other time. And then there's once in a while someone who's watching some old content and suddenly picks up some game I played a long time ago, and they go like, ooh, I pledged because I want to get access to the, I don't know, Satisfactory blueprints. And I go like, yeah, sure, that means they're still there. So cool. It's just a cure for masculinity, and it's called a motorcycle. I kind of don't believe it, but once I heard the details, I kind of start to get it. Uh-huh. I have no idea if that was like a joke or if that was like I have no idea. That it didn't make any sense to me. It was sort of being snide or misogynic or whatever, but it whooshed over my head. The loud whoosh. Femininity seems to be on the rise, not the other side, unfortunately. That's such a bullshit comment. Now I have to jump into that. Really don't follow other content creation, and so I wouldn't know, but could it possibly be because you've optimized the heck out of your content creation that your expectations are much higher than the market average? I don't know. I think that thank you. I'd take that as a compliment. I think that I have something, like a lot of patrons are like, oh, I have a YouTube channel, and if you want to support me, go support me on Patreon. And I did that for a while, and then I switched to saying, yeah, the stuff that I create in terms of save games and blueprints, those are things that I want to give exclusive to patrons. That was a good move business-wise, and of course there are some people who hated it and whatever. But I think that's it fits with what I want to do, because I give away the content for free. I don't do these ad integrations. I don't do silly sponsorships. So how am I going to pay the bills if I don't do these things? Because I hate those things and I want to not do it. Then I kind of have to do something else and then go like, well, this is something that I produce that has value. So if you support me, you can get this thing. So yeah, so I need to go back. Femininity seems to be on the rise, not the other side, unfortunately. But here's the thing: if you are it's this good comment about which is it comes from a homophobic place. So when like, why do men like are so afraid of homosexuals? It's not like it's contagious, like, but they should just be happy that every homosexual man leaves more access to women. And it's kind of the same idea with if you truly believe that femininity is on the rise, then isn't that just and you want to go in a different way, then isn't that more room for you, less competition if you say that? Personally, I have found that it has surprised me how it's not this distinctly masculinity, but dominance, which is correlated often to masculinity, is incredibly attractive to women, like really. And so if you're sort of bemoaning the lack of the increase in femininity, just revel in the fact that it's easier to stand out in being masculine and being in a positive masculinity, not a toxic masculinity, because the Andrew Tate, the alpha males, the all that shit is not something that is particularly attractive to to most women, and the ones that are attracted to it. Really, is that a good thing? But yeah, but just it means that can stand in. You can shine so much brighter if you feel that there's a decline. That's at least my experience. So it's one of those things where what I hear way too often, not way too often, but very often, is that like, of course it's because of the subculture that I move in, that women are just like, oh, I want a tantric man who's dominant, who can do rope, and who's monogamous. And I'm just laughing because like that doesn't exist. If a guy is tantric, dominant, and a rigger, sure as hell is not monogamous. That is they and if they are, they're going to be hidden very far away, because they are unicorns. They are very, very rare. So yeah. Sex also charismatic men, on the other hand, tend to sway away from male characteristics that protect and sacrifice themselves. Is that? I don't know. I don't agree. Don't agree. But I do think that it's interesting. I went by a high school in at around 10 o'clock this other day. I was driving, I don't know, buying a present for my son or something. And I drove past the high school. So that's like 16 to 18-year-olds. And they were sort of all, for some reason, they were all sort of all out walking on the streets. And I was just looking at it. And all the women, almost, or girls, were looking like Instagram models. And the guys were, half of them were dorks and the other half were jocks. And it was like, there's such a disparity in the high school age. And maybe that's what you're sort of implying, that there, but I don't think that's if you think that's a healthy type of femininity, then I would very much disagree. Being obsessed about looking like an Instagram model at the age of 16 and just spending way too much time just before you go to go to school in the morning just seems insane and not healthy. So no, but it was kind of interesting to see like how big of a disparity there was between the young men and young women. And it must also kind of suck for young women who put a lot of effort into themselves and then go look at the guys and going, what the fuck? What the fuck? Come on. They can't all look like Chad. But anyway, that's a little bit beside the point. So anyway, one thing I've noticed about new streamers, they tend to analyze metrics data like some stock market geeks. Did you also worry about how your viewers count, oscillate and whatnot? Yes, it is very common. And I think it's not just for content creation, but I think it's for any kind of startup. When things are sort of trending upwards, then you go like, yes, the sky's the limit. It's going to be amazing. And then next month when there's a downward turn, it goes like, oh my god, I'm out of business in X months. Oh my god, the world is coming down, and it's so stressful. And now I've been doing this for 8 years, 6.5 of them full time. So when I do my annual report, then I look at the months and they go like next year, and there might be like 1 month really good or something, but generally, I realized I spent a lot of time freaking out about variation, and when I zoomed out, that variation just disappeared. And it takes a lot of balls, guts, to sort of acknowledge that it's a bad month and not freak out, because this is a common fallacy that if you have a bad month, then you want to compensate by working harder, which is the stupidest thing ever. Because if a bad month, that means your hourly wage is lower, so you have to work more hours to make the money that you want to do. What you should be doing is And thank you, Picard, for the 48 months. 4 years. Thank you. What you should be doing is, when it's a good month, that's when you put in the effort and really crank up, because your hourly wage is so much higher. When Factorio is just fresh off the press, that is when I need to release videos every day, maybe even more times a day, and stream every day, because this is selling Christmas trees in December. Well, now there's not much going on, and we don't have this new fancy game, so the hype trains, the subscriptions, the pledges, the viewership, all that stuff, it's just going to be lower. And when Dyson Sphere program comes out, inevitably, there will be a spike. And I'm just kind of, it's a 404. Thank you for the 26 months. It's that, you know, I'm doing something that I enjoy, have fun with, and I acknowledge that, yeah, it's awesome we get a hype chain now and then, but it's not going to be the same thing as when Factorio was new. It just isn't. And I don't expect it to be, and I don't try to compensate for the lower hourly wage by streaming more. I, quite the contrary, stream less, because then I sort of save up and I spend out time on other stuff, so that when Dyson Sphere, for example, comes out with something, then I can just dive in and be super enthusiastic about it. Make it a good month and you will stream more. Let's go. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is true, because there have been games that I've played a lot longer than I would have anticipated because of the hype trains. Most notably is actually Valheim. When I played Valheim, there was like, viewership was like okay, but it wasn't amazing. It was not Factorio satisfactory level. It was just okay. But the interesting thing was that there was just an outsized number of hype trains. And that, of course, made me keep going, because it was great to see that, yeah, sure, there was less, but it was like a really motivated audience that was there. That was for some of the first ones. And that sort of made me play further, because there was something there. Or Icarus was also something that was also like surprisingly popular. Other times I play something and then I realized that, okay, I'm actually playing a game that should be sort of high engagement, but it's kind of tapering off. So for example, yesterday, 8 subs for 4 hours doesn't really pay the bills. And it doesn't have to be like that every day. But if I start seeing that Factorio is just going to be 8 subs for a night continuously, then I might as well play Darkest Dungeon, because then at least I can say, well, it's... And then a random hype train starts. Then I can go like, okay, well, if it's not going to be a hype train or a lot of subs, then at least it can be something else. And then I can sort of get that when something else, when a new game comes out. Those young streamers to spend less attention to metrics and just create functions that, yeah, but that's also, I mean, everything is data driven, and I'm also been very data driven, but it does take some. It's not like I'm not data driven. Whoa, it's a 404. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. It's more the fact that I'm more intuitive about it. I understand it better, so I don't have to look at all the metrics and go like, oh, this is the. I can read. Thank you, Sovet. Thank you for the 38 months. I can release a video and it's a 10 out of 10, and I'm still happy about it. Like, because I have to cover this. My philosophy of making content is that I sort of cover the whole game, and I can't make every part of the game stand out and be the most exciting ever. I couldn't. I personally cannot do it. Kibitz can do it. He can make any random video in the middle of a let's play super hype, but I can't. And I don't really think that I want to, because there has to be a 10 out of 10. That's kind of how YouTube does metrics. Compares every video to the last other 9 videos and sort of ranks it. And then sometimes there'll be a 1 out of 10, and there'll be something that suddenly increases. And it's just... That's just how it is. But sometimes I just have to make a video about how to make legendary holmium, and it has a very niche audience, but I need it, otherwise it's going to be incomplete. I can't believe that you can't find suitable sponsors. Who said I can't find suitable sponsors? I think you're misunderstanding something. I don't want sponsorships. It's not about sort of suitability. It's the fact that I have chosen never to have a sponsor, but like a tag of something or this, and because most of it, and because I never see one, I don't want it. It's a choice for me not to have sponsorships. I've never done and never will do, at least that's my intention, those ad integrations where in the middle of a YouTube video you start talking about the Square VPN or some other shit, or hair loss products or male grooming or whatever shit like that. How will we know which VPN to use? I don't know. Any of the other YouTube videos, other content creators. So I don't do that because that's a choice that I made. And like a more general sponsorship of like, oh, I'm sponsored by, or I don't know, Logitech or Razer or SteelSeries or some gear shop, and then hey Grundig, thank you for the 55 months. Oh yeah, it's a little push. We are at 90% of a completed level. Yeah, so I'm not interested in it. I get those every day. Every single day I get for like online casinos and browsers and VPNs and like all sorts of shit. And I just ignore it because I have no interest in it. So no sponsorship, no ad integrations, no sponsored videos, except if it's a game that I wanted to play anyway, or a game that I'm interested in but maybe couldn't find time, and then they can pay me to find time for it. That's how it works. Red Bull sponsorship, I mean, that might be something. If Red Bull gave me a sponsorship, then maybe. Oh, 60 seconds left to get this train to actually become a train and not just sort of a wagon, a locomotive idling at the station. The Colonel, thank you for the tier 1. Hey, completed. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated. There's a question here we missed. Last question from my side. Did you ever in your life have had a wish to work as a game journalist like IGN or someone else? No, that is the worst, lowest level job you can imagine. It is utter shit job. Like imagine like you're a content creator, but you don't own the content. You don't have a brand. Your brand is sort of nestled under someone else's brand, and you get paid by clicks and views. It's a freelance journalist because they are not hired, they're freelance, and then they provide something. It is utter shit. I would never do it. Ugh, man. Yeah, it's yeah. So definitely not want to work as a game journalist. Also, I would say game journalists have less respect for me than, I don't know, tax collectors or something like that. Because game journalists are just lazy bad gamers. There we go. I said it. Every time there's like the best example in the context of we're a Factorio stream, the best example of how shit game journalists are is when Voop was saying something about like the release and they were focusing on the backlog, on bugs, and then some random journalist who probably never played the game goes like, game is buggy. Like, only because you consider biters bugs, but no one who played Factorio would call it buggy, except me, of course, because I would, because I'm experiencing a lot of bugs these days. So, that sounds so fucking awful. Like, and this is the same thing like classic game journalist. Souls games need an easy mode. Yeah, because you fucking lousy pieces of shit journalists who can't play a game just want it to be done in short time so you can write the awful essay and maybe earn some clicks. So you do some overhyped headlines. It's just, I don't think I've ever seen any game journalist that I would sort of respect. Because if you are a game journalist and you have something to respect, then you have your own fucking YouTube channel. That's it. If you have a YouTube channel, if you play the games, then you have then you can talk about it. If you are a content creator, like, whose opinion do you value more? Some random person who wrote an IGN article, or someone you've been watching playing all sorts of indie games, and now they're saying this particular indie game is really good.
More shall
Hey,
gather.
Sujin, saving the
More shall
train.
enter
Thank you.
the
Oh,
fray.
wow, 50 subs. Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. Wow, are you fishing for you're pushing again for another one. You tried valiantly to get a train going last time, but it sort of petered out at level 4, which is horrible. But yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so I would always trust a YouTuber. So if there's a new indie game and I'm like, okay, then I'm gonna go for the usual suspects and just have a look at, okay, who are the ones that I would consider, and if they speak highly of it, yeah, okay. Still can return on the tour update. Yeah, I want my ship. Yes, I can understand you want your ship, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. And we do have a fancy new ship that's just missing a name. Yeah, so an acute lack of respect for game journalists. Okay, so let's go into the game. And next hype train conductor. Next hype train conductor, is that a great name or should it have a better name? But someone needs to help Sujin get us going. It can't just be one person carrying the weight here. Well, it can, but it shouldn't be. Personal battery. We actually need to make a personal battery here. Up here by this random location. Ah, right, this one. We can...
Our illustrious champion returns.
Mr. Ochak, thank you for the 31 months, and Harry Chin, thank you for the 59 months. All right, we're getting a little bit of progress. 54%.
Illustrious champion returns.
And this one goes in here. So this one's chugging along, and when this one is getting there, that one, then it gets a nice warning. Good. All right, 2 minutes left on the train. See if someone wants to help out. Diehard Dave, thank you for the 8 months.
Welcome home.
So this here is just an upcycler that tries to get a single one of these ones to legendary, and then it just recycles if it doesn't become legendary, and it keeps going. And Phantom Lord with the 300 bits. 300 bits, so that Silver Cecil can't win the hype train with 200 bits, as is often the case. Okay, well that's kind of sad. There we go. That was fast. And then the hype train. Okay, we're actually in a little bit of trouble. We need someone to help Sujin with this. No, that was not the croissants already. It was this one that's ready. Let's get that one up here. This should be here. There we go. Now it's coming. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute left. We need 12 subs to complete the level 4. 12 subs is not unreasonable to get in the last minutes here. Last minute. And don't wait for the last second. Oof. Next hype train conductor. Ooh. We're pushing it a little bit because now I feel bad when Sujin for the second time is trying to get a hype train going and it's not working. It sucks. But alas. Okay, so we get this one. Once this is on board. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm missing the in and out here. Damn. Then this doesn't work. Or maybe I could do the same thing here. No? Okay. So it didn't work. No train today. Wow, that sucks. Level 3! Thank you very much, Sujin. Sorry that it didn't work.
Fellowship expands.
Think Express.
Praise the sub.
Thank you for the gift up. And N5 Ep. Thank you for the prime.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Okay, so that works. This is kind of our trigger here. And then I have to go back to one of these. What was the condition for import export? This one is when it's left, and this one is less than 1,000. Okay. So the outbound is this one, less than 1,000. Good. And the input, that is this one. This one is when that is less than 3. Less than 3 means that it's not standing at 3 means that it's standing at novice. 1 means that it's heading towards, 2 means it's heading away, or the other way around. And then 3 means that it's on the plan. It's a really clever way of doing it. So this one will now be stuck here, waiting to go back, which means it's there. Alright. This one we're not gonna get yet. This one we will now switch. Oh no, not until we leave. I guess we're gonna go out. We're gonna leave. Now I'm gonna take this on board. This one will be. That's what I calculated it to be likely at. So now you're heading out, and I actually need a new condition this time. We need to figure out. So I figured out that on the normal ship, the maximum storage here is are you heading out? Okay, never mind, none of them can be used for that right yet, but it is, I remember it, it's 440, it's 400,000, 444,000, 448,000 divided by 6 columns. That's basically 75,000 in each. So if you go over here, and now we say we have 6 columns of 75,000, that means we should be able to have about 450,000. No. 8 times 75,000. There, 600,000. That means this one should be able to carry home 600,000, which means that by that logic, we should go back when should be an OR connection, not this one, because then it'll turn around immediately, and we don't want that. Yeah, okay, so we'll just change this here. When this is greater than or equal to 300,000. Wow, that's W still pressed down. 300,000. There. Because that means it goes out, collects 300,000, turns around, and comes back. And then it should be a full load of 600,000 when it comes back. Juicy. And then by that time, we need to get a lot of biter eggs. Unfortunately, there is no name for it. But that means we can, and we should get started on this one. So then the next part is we need to figure out how fast are we, or how much can we get inbound here? So we can collect more, but how much more? Because we're also flying slower. That sucks though. So it's... The question is then... How do we know how fast we can do it? We know that this crafting speed will be 28,000 eggs per second. So if we come back with 600,000 divided by 28,000, that's the maximum consumption rate. That means it's 21 minutes. So we can actually consume the whole damn thing in that, and that would mean that it can consume all of that, but then it has 21 minutes from it departs Navis until it has gotten enough inbound to sort of compensate. Yeah, that's a lot. Let's aim for maximum consumption. So if we say that it's at maximum consumption all the time, 28,000 eggs per second, per minute, for 30 minutes. No, that's the... What? This is how much... this is how much Promethium is consumed, divided by 2.5. That's how many eggs are being consumed. Yes, times 30 minutes. 335,000. Which of course is logical, because it's twice as much as the other one. Okay. So basically we could test this one by just having it steal from some of the other ones that are ready. Yeah. Maybe that's what we want to do. Because I would actually need this whole row just made with the new ship. And we have 2 hours to build it, so why not? Hello, RandomX. Good evening. This is absolutely ridiculous. It also has another problem by doing this, and that is the travel time from here gets longer to all of this. Trains? No, trains don't work. And this one will then be that one. Good. So this one is getting there. And somehow this is still struggling. We're staying steady here. Pretty good. How much do we have? We still have 463,000. This one is heading out, heading out, heading out, heading out. Okay. No trains, ever. Yeah. Right, so there was a suggestion in stream chat, which at first I didn't like, because it was a new suggestion. And then I liked it. Oh, Sujin has been super quiet after donating 50 subs and just crying, I guess, about the lack of progress on this. Damn. Sucks. Right. So the idea was to have a token existing on Aquilo. It was used a barrel, but whatever. It's it's something. It's like how trains in the olden days were. I think it's called the depeche. How you have multiple trains running on a. How you had multiple trains running on a single train track. How do you make sure they don't collide? Oh, well, the train... No, you have a physical object. And only the object that, or only the only the train that has this object can drive on that track. So you have the object, you can drive on the track because you know no one else drives on this track because they don't have the object. So you drive there, you hand it off to the train that's waiting at the other station, and now that can go the other way. And only the one who has this token, yes, is allowed to go on this track. And we could kind of do that by doing it so that a ship comes into Aquilo, picks up this token, flies to a novice, and then unloads all the science, also unloads this one item. This one item will then be picked up by another ship, completely random, arbitrary little ship that just races it back to Aquilo and drops it off. In the meantime, if there's other of these Promethium ships that have come in, then they're going to be stuck at Aquilo because they are not allowed to go until they're not allowed to head from Aquilo towards the inner planets until the ship has left. The point of that is this is a way of enforcing that there is a certain cadence between the arrival, because I don't want them to arrive too fast, or I don't want them to arrive at the same time because bad shit happens. So if I can build a cadence by doing that, I think that would be interesting. What do you think? So we just need to do some random item. Breaking up delivery times. Yes. It's unfortunately not my idea, but it's still a smart idea. It's less smart because it's not mine. So what we want to do is, it's an epic item of something, and someone was mentioning a barrel, and I think that's a good one. So what if we make an epic barrel of something useless? Good idea. Didn't understand what. It's like you look around and everyone's going like, yeah, you go, yeah, good idea. Dig the ideas. Is that how it? Epic water. It would be nice to have something a little, just a barrel maybe. Yeah, but it would be better to have an epic barrel of something. Yeah, we're gonna make an epic barrel of something. Oh, it's already there. Ta-da! I have to do that, otherwise it disappears because I have trash unrequested. Then I need to find something. Lubricant. Ooh. I don't think I have the lubricant. The petroleum is purple. You can't put electrolyte in a barrel. I think we'll do petroleum. An epic petroleum bottle. For no reason. Oh, please look away. We're gonna go back. Archaeology. Diving deep into the olden days of my builds here. Look at that. It's still like, oh my god. I can't even look. Oh, okay. That's so weird. One epic barrel coming up. Good. Well, actually, I don't want it anymore. So that one is here. Legendary light. And that legendary light is like, but I don't want it in legendary because then I want it to be epic, because epic is something I don't want. So, now I want to get the ships. First, I want to have a ship that actually goes. I do have a ship that goes Navis to. No, it doesn't. Yeah, this one, unnamed. You, my friend, is going to come from here. No, that's not it. That one. You. From Novice, you want to get 1 epic barrel of this. 1. 1. Yes. There. Good. This should be fine. There are lots of stuff left. Good. Go back to that one. Let's head you back there. So you will pick this one up. So this I don't like now. Now this is actually could go wrong if for some reason this one doesn't get picked up. Oh no, but this one will go back and forth, so it's not always going to be there. Yeah, okay. Then I now take, and it should work already by default. Here. This one should have that one. So it's now already requesting that barrel. Good. So that means it gets dropped off. Magmaril is the one that is first coming home. So Magmaril is going to be requesting a barrel. Epic barrel. 1. 1. From here. No. From Aquilo. There. So it requests this from Aquilo. Let's put it down here by tokens. How are we doing? 1 minute left. Yeah, I thought it should be a fat spot. I think you're absolutely right. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, you're right, because it should be like standing there. Otherwise, it gets confused with all sorts of other things. So you're right. Well, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it there now for the first iteration, but I'm gonna remove it here. It didn't get it. Oh, right, it's coming. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Does that mean we need a new ship just for this? That seems like kind of stupid. Get back there. Very small and very fast. I only have 1 ship and it's fast, so. Thing is, we definitely have ships that don't really need to be there anymore. Like, for example, this one. You are transporting between Fulgora and... Let's replace this ship. Okay. Fulgora. You're dropping off 32,000 plastic at Fulgora. Fine. Let's you're at Fulgora now. What if I just do that? Does it disappear? No. I do this one. Hello, kitty. And then I'm gonna add it to the trade lane between... Why is that not on the trade? Why do I not have a trade lane? Because I didn't... Oh, that sucks. So this one's actually not correct. I don't have one. Yeah, so do you have all of them? I've only built the ones that I need. So this one actually should be just change the name, unfortunately. So this is not a retired one. Fulgora first. Double arrow. And clever. And then a space. Yes. Okay, so now you're a trade lane between these two. Which means this trade lane is also going to be changed to We're gonna have that one, 2. Right, I decided to only build it for the ones that I felt was needed. Or the ones that actually... Oh, no, don't do 16 times this. 0 times. And the other one is the other way around. There. So this one will now be... There. Still good? This one definitely should not be like this. And they should all be the same. In request non-zero, and that is not how it works. It just needs to add the 2 stations and go back and forth. All requests satisfied. Or waiting 30 seconds. That's kind of... No. It has to wait 10 because otherwise it doesn't drop things off correctly. There, I think this is how the other trade lane ships are made. Good. Well, Timbo, you just got retooled into this, and then I need to add those on Bulgora. Why is this one not been updated? What the hell's this one? You should be adding... that one. Which doesn't have anything. But that's fine. And... No, it's only the ones that are inbound. This one. And then potentially also Volcanos, if that has been made. Yes. There. So this is a better way of doing logistics now, in my opinion. Where you now say, because that means I can go to one of those hauler ships. Is cleaning up logistics group too risky? It's a little bit too risky. Razorback, yeah. Small path. I don't really bother designing a new spaceship, to be honest. It just doesn't appeal to me to make a new spaceship. This one, you're heading back. I'm gonna retool this ship and make this into a normal hauler. But this one says Aquilo must get that one. Or request that. So you're gonna be stuck here until you get that epic petroleum gas. Let's add it to the other ones as well. One, and Aquilo. Whoop. The great news about this one is that if they are actually coming in with enough time between them, then I can actually cut down on all of the biter launchers because they will not need to be parallel. You can use the same one for all of them. Does that make sense? Because they will now be coming in one at a time, and if the time between them is long enough that the biter nest can fill up to 100, then it should be fine. And this one will also get it. There. Schedule should suffer. Why not use logistics group for the token? Because I didn't think of it. Killing all the spider nests isn't fun. No, but I've done it before. I've done it where I was like, eh. Because as you can see, it used to be out here. And I was like, Actually, no, don't like it. Which also means that I don't really want this one to go anyway. So, did we ever look at a mod designed to reduce asteroid dust? Yes, we do. And it exists, and we have it. See? You can see how they explode, they just disappear. There's not a lot of... There's no clouds, no puffs of smoke, no nothing. So that's... Yeah. Incoming artillery. Oh yeah, artillery would actually be the easiest way to kill. Oh wow, I didn't even think of that. Oh my god, I've been going around using rockets. Oh my god, I feel so stupid now. Hey, we're 75%. Woo! And how much science do we have? We're running out. Oh, 38,000. And you can see that this magmarel here is not coming in. It still has 200,000 kilometers to go. More interesting is, where is the ship that we're going to be taking out? So here's also another interesting thing. This one, we are now... This used to be sort of dropping... Basically, calcite was the only thing it dropped down on Aquilo. Which I like the idea, but I don't really like it anymore. So you're just slowly coming back. It's flying at 65,000. It was supposed to be a static platform, so it's like crawling through. Factorio must need an update then. Yes, if only there was a moderator who could help with that. Yes. What's the ratio for the fusion reactor? That depends on your neighborhood bonus. The fusion reactor design that I'm using, the two I'm using, this one is the most common one, which is 4 to 28. But the other one I'm using on some ships, like some of the smaller ones, no, these are also updated. On these smaller ones, it is a smaller one it is 2.8. It's 2.8 or 4.28. Those are the ratios. Or 1.2, so. And then there's something more if you can find a way to get more than 4 connected. I don't know how that's... It is possible. I saw a potentially infinitizable one, but... Okay, this is still good. This is just, this warning that you hear is just for me to go check that everything is still fine. It should be, but I don't want to lose these ships if I can help it. And I can help it. Oh! Dude! You're doing stuff. You're useful. You've actually made it... Hey, we're getting out here. Oh, right. No, now the big thing that I haven't done is actually all of these lines. Okay, so that's the next thing. Okay. Good. Then you also need each of these lines here. Or maybe I don't need this one. Can I just do it over here where all of them are... There. And then I need these lines. I need these lines in here. Do I also need these? I mean, technically I do, just for good measure. Oh, these were already done. And then I need to get this inbound. There. Right? So now I'm actually getting none of this. What? How is... Oh, because it's not... Oh, it's the circuit. It's not actually... Yeah. It's not content. It's circuit. Circuit condition. There. Okay. I don't want it to turn around after this much. I actually wanted to just get a high number so I can kind of gauge how much it's spent out here. I wish you could see how much it has spent. So here it says something out of something, but here it doesn't say something out of something. Yeah, it's reached cargo. So that is something. Let's continue and do the same thing on the other side. That should be possible for us to just take this, flip it, and then smash it, right? And then we just look through everything and see if they all have this yellow line around it. These are not. But those do not in here. $28,000. Okay, so that doubled it. Good. All right. I don't really care about like these inner ones here. Right? There's a marginal part. Like, there's a little bit here. No, that's actually covered because it goes from up here. So, yeah, it's only this part inside the splitter here that's not counted. Now it kind of feels stupid that that's the only thing that isn't counted. Looks horrible. But then it feels better to sort of know that, oh, not everything. This one is not, for example, and this one is not. Oh, I don't think I like it. There. Yeah. This one's mysterious. I know, I could move this one up and then I'd free one. Or I could also move this one up to free... okay, so is it actually better if I did this? And then these two could move up and then I could get these two to actually indicate it. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like it. Do I have to? Second one, the third one, the fourth, but also the fourth. That should be all of them, right? Oh, except this one. Ta-da! Everything is now covered, right? Good. You know, it's just one of those for sense of completion. This is good. You're moving. You're getting. Back on the ship. Have you reached home yet? Not quite. Still a long way off. Storage module inputs. Storage module inputs. Oh, these ones. Yeah, now I kind of have to because I did all the other ones. Really? Oh, because that one goes down here. Oh, okay. So, like that. Flip. Good. Happy. These are fine. This one. I don't like this indicator. This indicator is completely irrelevant. And this one will always just be shuffling. Well, not always, but since there's no Promethium signs, then it will. 61,000. Good. Mackerel is the first one coming back. And I actually need this ship to be hurrying up a little bit more, please. There's no way I can do that, right? Because I don't have it. If I have it here, then I'm gonna do it. No. No extra. Oh, there's 2 extra thrusters. Sweet. Kill that. Kill that. Let's see if we can get this. So this is missing 58 of that. That we can just harvest by, you know, killing this. What could possibly go wrong? Me just killing a ship mid travel, right? Done? Ah, take all this out. I need that now. I'm this is not good. So if I click here, does it go back? Yeah, it does go back. Nice. There you go. It's going faster now. Easy. Ta-da! 40. Seriously, it's flying 40 kilometers per second now. It flies faster, slower now. Why? Why? What did I break? Oh, it's because it's just this slow thing here. Oh my god, I just have to endure. So it worked, but... Okay, how far are you? Halfway. It's flying it. Oh, look at it. It's picking up. It's picking up. It's going to go super fast now. Whoosh, zooming away. So I need this ship to come back to Novice, get stripped apart, get rebuilt, into my normal hauler and then get sent out. Yeah. It would be cool with the Razorback idea, but yeah, I don't really bother with designing a new ship. Although it probably would be easy. Like if we could build something like this. No, yeah, no. It would just kind of it would kind of sort of become, oh, then I just need, oh, then I also need, then I also need, then I also need, and oh, that's an old ship. It's this kind of ship I would take, because this is just really well designed and crisp and working and all that good stuff. So that's the one. When we get home, 5,000 kilometers still to go, and now we're crashing because we're waiting for the next science to come in. And you are at 100,000. You still need to be at 300,000 before you're allowed to turn around. And nothing has come through yet. It takes quite a while for all the signs to go through. It goes here. First it goes all the way down by the green ones. And then it goes all the way up here. So the green one then turns into the blue ones. Blue, 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 blue. And then the blue one turns into... Here's the blue. Turns into red ones. And then the red one comes up. And then merges with the other half. And then it goes in. And then green's back and back and back and back. So we can see this is as far as it's gotten. Which is the last part. Then it just has to go down here. And out. I'm really happy with this design. I think... I know that it could be more compact. But if I also use yellow, but then I would have to split it into 4 because otherwise I can't have enough flow rate. And you're already 200,000 kilometers out. You are 70 kilometers, 70,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers away. And you are just 2.5. And Timo Razorback. Triangle 17 engines could work. It absolutely could work, but then I get to sort of, oh, then I need to design... I need to design a lot of stuff for it. No railguns for Aquilo. No. I like this ship. I have been thinking, like, could I make it... Like, if I made it slimmer, then it would also collect less. Because I can't really sort of... Then I would have to sort of collect here. And then sort of trim it with some of this, which is, like, a lot. And then trim it down maybe to basically be a hammerhead, where it's 8 chunks wide, and then the rest of the ship is just 4 or 6 chunks wide. That could also be an option. But then I wouldn't have enough storage here. Oh, that's the third ship that's turning around now. Let's check. It is 4,100. Perfect. You're good. You, Mackerel, are almost back. And the orbital factory has arrived. Sweet. Let's kill it. Kill it. And the other one I want is... And this one. And then we just junk everything else. How does the ship turn given a certain condition? How does it turn? There's no turning. It just kind of flies back. Luckily, this is easy to throw down to space because we have so much receiving capacity. I don't want anything that's not... This one I might want. Don't want that. Don't even want this. Ah, we'll keep it. Good. Right, so we are now having that one. And then if I look at my ship, then... I just need some kind of storage here. Good. And then I think I can... Rent the ship. As soon as I do this, I'm losing something. Yes, I caught it before it left. Ah, it's always the big issue. And this is going to... I'll make the token. Yeah. This one, unlike the other one, will actually get it from Nilaus. And then the departure from Nilaus, let's not do something like this. But departure will then be set condition to item count equal to 1. Q, nice. And it won't have anything else, that's it. No unload. Then we'll go to Aquilo, where it will allow to unload, and then it will be staying here until item count is equal to 0. That's it. Go back and forth. Should make it shorter so it could go faster. It's such a small thing, and I don't really bother with it, to be honest. It's still 480 kilometers per second, so it's pretty fast. Maybe I should actually request some... Oh. Ah, we forgot something. The most important thing. Actually, we'll do these. That'll be fine to hook it up. 5. Huh? Yeah. And this takes out and... Come on, just a little bit. A little bit. And we got that one. What's the power like? Not quite there. We just needed to get like enough to sort of get a little bit of spike or something. Which it probably won't get. So we're going to do a deconstruction planner that takes out. What's with the epics? Oh, it's working. Okay, just threatening it was enough. 2, 3, 4. And they are full. this out because I don't need that anymore. And the ship is ready. We just needed to have some fuel here. That's the one. Get some water. This one. Maybe we can get this, get these two just requested in. Just make it a little bit faster. Oh, 70,000 kilometers. No, it's gonna get there before. Should the Promethium not carry? No, because if the Promethium shares, if the Promethium ships carry the tokens, then they have to make a stop on the way out at on this location. Plus, all the time they spent getting this the eggs up will also be part of it. So if I can just get it there, drop it down, some other ship picks it up and flies off, then that courier for the token will be faster, and that means the next ship can come in at a faster. And I also just don't slow down my ship at all. That's the plan. Are these coming in? This one's still requesting. This one's on board. Stop requesting. Just get it in. Okay, this one should be... silliest ship ever. Imagine getting a hype train and your ship that's allocated is just a courier for a single barrel of... an epic barrel of petroleum. Yay! This sucks. It's still requesting. A novice, it isn't even departing yet. And screw that. This one is coming in, and it's... Oh, oh, now you're coming in anyway. Okay, well, fair enough. Playing hard to get. When you will finish your Space Age Masterclass, or your current playthrough. Masterclass will take a long time. This playthrough will end either when I give up or when I yeah, when I reach the goal and feel confident about it and don't really feel there's anything left. Come on. You're en route, so get on with it. There we go. Okay, that's some manual coming in. Okay, let's just do this. So it's departing as soon as this comes in. Oh, it's flying. That must mean that these are getting it. Yes, and you're getting it. Perfect. And we should be able to keep up now. Unfortunately, Magmarel is stuck. You're getting all of this in, sure. But that one, you can't get that in until you have it in there. Thank you. I keep forgetting it. It's the start of this song is actually really nice, but then it goes up. And yeah, that's why we have it. We also kind of forgot our break, so I'm just gonna skip the break until 10 o'clock, and then we'll take a break there. Oh, next hype train conductor. Woo. All right, how's this one doing? 263,000. Let's actually look at some stats for this one. There, the collection rate. Okay, where are we coming up? We're coming up at 23,000. That's nice, but it's not much more than the other one was. Huh. Despite the fact that I now have 4 lanes, I potentially have 4 lanes coming in. And I'd like these to be like compacted lanes. I guess this fact that our ship is not flying as fast is also impacting it, so this is why our collection rate actually dropped. But it's going to turn around at 300,000. Actually, maybe a little bit more. So 300,000, this is 3,000 seconds, so middle is about here. So it's about maybe 1,800 seconds we need to go out. I also really want the ship to be fully stocked when I go out, so maybe a little bit more than this. Ah, you're kidding me. Oh, I forgot. I probably should make sure that I actually craft rockets fast enough. Is it maybe input bottleneck by the red belt speed? Nope, because it takes the green belt and splits it into 2 red belts, and then it does this in parallel, and then it merges back onto a green belt. It sucks. It was stupid, but whatever. We'll get there. We're safe now. Safe-ish. Safe. We're safe, but kind of sucked. So Mackerel is sitting here. Really wanted to get out, but can't because there's missing a token. There's the token ship. We have now arrived here. I actually don't want to request this. I just want... Dude, oh, it's not dropping off because it's not requesting it. No. Has to be its own separate thing. Ta-da! The token is off. And then it flies back. And obviously we are limping along, but at least we have enough rockets, so that should be fine. We're alive, and then once we get to Novice, then we're gonna get all requests satisfied as well. It's gonna be fine. It'll get there anyway. I just do this to get rid of some of these that I have here, just for no reason. Alright, this is definitely faster, but you are now waiting for this one to come in. Okay, works. Oh, Barthik is already coming in. Arrgh! And the token is the input and balance 3 belts, and one of them is not the splitter. Yet one of them was not full into splitter at that moment. They are 3 collection. This one here. It's these 9 go together. These 9 go together. These 9 go together, and then these 6 go together. But the 6 is actually this one here. So you can see these ones are letting stuff go by because it doesn't collect everything here. So it's actually mainly these ones that are not getting enough, interestingly enough. But what if we look at the consumption rate now? Okay, so it is higher. It's now going up to 26,000. It's good. All right, so you are now leaving, heading back towards Gleba, towards Novice, to drop off, to sort of start a new cycle. And then it must get this one before being allowed to leave. I actually should... This one should have yet another condition. Item count. No, it shouldn't. That's from over here. but that's already implied because it says all requests satisfied, and that's a request. So that doesn't need to be done. The next hype train... oh, you're heading back. You are not heading back. Oh, crap. Shit. Well, anyway, 350 we turned around. Yeah, that should have been turned around. But that's actually 400,000 kilometers out. The intention of the token is to, if I have 5, potentially, ships coming in, I don't want all 5 to land on Navis at the same time. Because that can cause all sorts of problems, because they all request the same thing. And when they launch, they are not allocated to one. So they kind of can mess up. Plus, I don't need it. I don't need to get 2.5 million Promethium coming in. So I'd like them to come in at a cadence. How do I ensure the cadence? I do that by saying I hold them at Aquilo, and they're only allowed to depart Aquilo once they have the token, because then they carry the token back to Navis, drop it off at Navis, another ship picks it up and flies it back fast. and then the next ship, either it's waiting or it's coming in, and then the first time it'll just be waiting there, picks it up, goes in again. But later on, now that they will be spaced with a certain time interval between them, and then they'll sort of continue their rhythm, and then they'll be spaced out. Check that the token gets unloaded. It did get unloaded. But, oh right, that's true. That's one I have to check. Otherwise, still good. Yes, 4.4. This one is no. Yeah, it's actually true that I have to also have a request on Navis for the token. There. Otherwise it doesn't get dropped down. Item count equals 0 on the ship condition. That's not even enough. I would have to sort of say it as so just because it says... Oh, you mean like here? Okay, that's a really loud one. That has not been turned down in volume. There you go. But if it's from here, yes. Luckily. For now, at least. Alright, so this is coming in, and we have to look at the other ship, the token carrier. Token carrier is standing idle. Ready. Ready, 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 ready. Go, 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 go.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Ooh, a sub. Hechu, thank you for the 70 months. Ooh, 7 metric years. And Barthik is almost coming in, but Barthik is also going to be standing there waiting. We have dropped it off. Perfect. It's no longer in. Then we're going to see this one once that changes. But let's follow the ship just because that's super awesome to see. And that's requesting the 165,000. And it has now dropped off 490,000 Promethium science packs. So this one should whoosh up again soon. Has it for sure nest fill up completely during the token round trip? No. But that's something we would like to time somehow. I'm going to see that by... Your card again is inbound. We will see that by when Barthik comes home. When Barthik comes in and arrives at Navis, then we're going to check the nests allocated to Magmarel if they're full or not. If they're full, we can delete everything. How rough is it to go from 0 to self-sustained heat power on a Aquilo? Not very difficult. You just need a... they're super effective, those heating towers. You just need more heating towers than you think. Some of the heating towers will allocate to power in the beginning, and most of them will be allocated to just heating up the heat pipes. Come on. Oh, it's still requesting. That's crazy. Why does it take so long for it to request? I think we can do something about that. No, I don't know. No biter hatch? No? I'm unhappy about this, the time this one takes. The fact that it says still requesting, I don't get that. I mean, yes, everything is miserably slow, but still. Low UPS, yeah, that's 29. Not to full run rocket doesn't matter, because I have put it in a request, and that's not what this warning says. Oops. This warning says that it is requesting it. Now you can see it says on the way. That means it is in a rocket and has been started in the sequence. When it said requesting from Navis X1, that means one rocket silo is requesting it. So one of these is launching. There. Yeah, I think it's the bot delay. That it comes out here, it gets ejected, then it flies over into the general storage, and then I wonder if we could make a rocket silo dedicated to that. The question is then, what will go first? A request on the ground or a request to orbit? When's the next masterclass coming out? I'm planning on tomorrow, but yeah, it should be tomorrow. Make a dedicated rocket that has it requested and inserted so it's ready as soon as possible. I can't. Right? Because as soon as it drops on the ground, there will be two competing conditions. There will be the request that you're proposing, and there will be the request from the spaceship. Which one will go first? I don't know. I think it's the spaceship that goes first. I don't know if buffer chests go before a higher priority than rocket silos. I mean, doesn't hurt trying, does it? We can try it for the next situation. Let's see if the ship is coming out now. Okay, you are going there, and Mackerel is also heading out. Funny how we're actually not much. Somehow the Mackerel is faster. How is that? Ah, that's of course. Oh, of course. Then maybe this is actually faster. So why is Mackerel faster than the Spit? It's because Mackerel comes in to Navis, drops it off. That takes 30 seconds when normal time. That's 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, then it also immediately starts requesting. So that means the counter for bringing stuff up starts the second that it arrives on Navis, and then it takes 30 seconds for the Byrex to come in, and then it can depart. While the other one has to wait for the 30 seconds to land, for the token to land, then it has to be carried to a rocket silo, then it has to launch, and then only after that will it start flying back. So even though it's flying faster, it's not flying so much faster. Hello, kitty. You are really eager to come say hi. Yeah, so maybe this ship isn't really necessary. But I can also guarantee that now it'll not be a problem with these being fresh and ready. 80. 80,000. 80 out of 100. So this same one could launch for all of them. Oh, he wants to come say hi until break. Oh, a little cuddly cat. Ooh, purring. Look at him. Let's see. So now you're traveling back without the token. Yes, traveling it back without the token. That's supposed to be correct. To build the token to a dedicated silo? No, not really. I mean, anything is possible if we must do it. But it would kind of ruin the symmetry of everything we have. And let's see. So now what we're waiting for is Bartek to receive this one. This token plan is really it's too slow. Not enough to fill a rocket. It's still requesting on Aquilo. Let's go to Aquilo. We have these rocket silos. So one of these is requesting that singular one. There. It's luckily the first one, but... Oh. And then it's launching, and then it'll be like 30 seconds until it gets up there, which is a minute by our standards now. Yeah, I like the idea. I didn't think it would be as slow as it is. The only thing that actually matters at this point is, hey, Loepic, thank you for the 40 months. Yeah, I missed the hype train, yes, but everyone missed the hype train except Sujin was the only one who didn't miss the hype train. Basically, dropping 50 subs and just hearing the echo. Yeah, look at him. So that's coming in. That means Bartek, you are receiving. And then when you get that, you can go back. Feel like be great irony to make the only ship you have with thruster stacking being the token ship. Yeah. You're on YouTube since COVID 2020. This is the first time I see you. Hello. Then you can insert the usual, oh, you look nothing like I expected, which is like, does anyone ever look like what you expect? So ever any time when you go like, ah, you look exactly like I expected. Okay, so now Magmal is heading out. So what I need to see now is Bartek is now heading back to Novice, which will still take some time. But if I use the same launchers as Magmal, they would be fine. We're stuck at 100. Cool. Then the next thing I want to see is how much of the Promethium science do we have left. We basically need to make sure that Bartek comes in here and drops it off before I use the last of this. Because if that's the case, then we're still good. As long as it comes in and drops off science before the next loop. Yeah. Before it runs out, then it's good. But if it runs out, not good. Then we have to do something else. Everyone looks exactly like you'd expect. I've been on Twitch in ages. Is there a hype train gimmick still? Yeah, I mean, you get your name on a spaceship, and it's pretty freaking awesome spaceship for a level 5, and also get an extra hour of streaming. Pay me for extra time, basically. This one's coming back. It's gonna be interesting to see. I'm gonna put you down, and then I'm gonna take my break. Whoops. There we go. So, yeah, I guess we can take the break with this ship here. Right, be back in 2 minutes. Happened. Something. Alright, that was the sound of coming back and launching, and we need to see if we have run out. There was some kind of a bump there, which was weird, because that makes no sense, that bump. Okay, we are now officially running out. We just saw this one go, 100. 458. All right. So we actually are making it. Then let's see. Yeah, so now we need to find that one. Oh, is that it? Do we think that? Oh, that must... Maybe that's probably it, actually. No, it's not. Because it still says requesting. There it is, that one. So, the question is... There it is. Launch! Well, I didn't get to do this exactly this time. But we'll try to do it this next time. Next cycle. Do we have as... Yeah, Devis is standing and waiting at... just arrived. We can see that the speed is still decreasing, so just arrived. Is this one important? No? Not really. I'm gonna try this. And this one is not set to automatic. And this one is... yeah. Definitely not necessary to have 100 of each, but... right. And I have a feeling that I want to try something. I want to see which one get it. I don't know. One of them should get it next time. Alright, so let's have a look at our token carrier. It's out. And comparatively, this is almost at that. And Barthak is already way ahead. So I don't think I should drop off the token. I think I should actually let the token... how would I do that? No, I can't do that. I can't have the token being both picked up at the... oh, I... Could I have the token when this one's flying out with the token? If the token was here, which it isn't, but if it was here, if I now requested the token, I would have to add Aquilo in here again. And then at that point I would say it's not requesting anything. It's just coming in. And then this one doesn't have unload, but the other one has unload. Ah. That might work. Let's try that when we get to the next one. No, you can't turn logistics group on and off by circuits. That would be lovely if you could. You could make some really advanced stuff if you could. Okay. But, let's see which one actually gets there, because it might actually be overtaking it now. This is, like, compare. So it's flying 400 kilometers versus now 500. So it's going to be very, very close to the same time they arrive. So maybe. But it is just having an extra ship just for no reason. Yeah, so in the next round we're going to try to to have this 23 versus, and the other one is at 23 now. Okay, so at 24, and the other one's at 24 now. Okay, it's getting closer, and 25 and 25, 26, 26. Oh, it's overtaking. Okay, so it is faster. Woohoo! It's faster. Not a hell of a lot faster, but it is faster. Right. And arrived. Dump it. And it's already heading back. Yes, okay. And Devis is now waiting for this one to be dropped to the planet, and then it'll get it. We should see like a... there it is. And... arrived. One of these should now be set up to request. Oh, it'll just be a random one. Ah, there we go. Here it is. So, where is it? Why do we not see a logistics robot flying in here? This makes no sense to me. Sorry, but... there you go. Ugh. I was just kind of couldn't see it. Okay, we're flying. Fly, boy. Fly. Alright, so that flies. Then it goes up to Davis. Davis goes back. It needs to be a little bit faster. And then over here, we're just looking at how much. We still have 300,000. So as long as it gets here before it runs out, it should be fine. Okay, we also have to monitor this one. This is coming back. This will, when it gets closer. Random bot flying from literal Narnia. Yes, basically, that's the problem. It's a random bot. It's never the closest one. Yeah, I mean, supposedly it is. Alright, so Magmarel has turned. Barthak has turned. Davis is the next one inbound. Waiting. Here. And Balnogari is a little bit late, which might actually fit pretty well. So now we just need to sit here and see. There it is. And we start flying. Stopped at Aquilo and go. Alright, so when it leaves, I'm just kind of getting these numbers. 284. Okay. I like this. I like that we come up with like new designs, even though when implementing it, it takes forever. Hey, Bandagari, join the stream for 5 minutes. So you're late. You never apologize for being late. A viewer is never late. A viewer arrives at exactly the time that is the correct time to. Right? And I have managed to keep you alive. You are the next ship coming in. Well, actually, Davis is coming in now, but you're coming in from the Promethium fields shortly. And you're still alive. And Sujin has desperately, now 2 streams in a row, tried to get a hype train. Go to beyond 1 minute swim. Not. You set this. Set a token speed limit. Yeah, maybe. And just an idea. Why use the token when you could just pick up something expendable every time at Aquilo, Kleber, and timing it with a regular time on the ground? That's also an option. Then I will need to produce that thing and make sure that it's not overproduced and make sure that it doesn't over time accumulate on novice with just more and more of that. But you're absolutely right. I could do that as well. This is a little more advanced, so I'm leaning towards. But it's totally correct. So no, definitely not something that spoils. Because if I use something that spoils, first of all, I couldn't do that on Aquilo. But if I use something that spoils, then I would. What if I pause the science for a while? Then it pick it up. Then it will not have lost its cadence. But you're right in the sense that it would need some kind of logic to say, put one item into the rocket silo, have it launch, and then only when it launches, it starts the counter again. And then it goes. Can you send signals from one planet to another? Nope. Definitely not. That's the biggest issue. Then it would be super simple, barely an inconvenience. This is also why we have this stupid night vision or these tokens here. That's the only way you can kind of send signals from space down to the ground, which we need. All right, Davis is coming in. Let's have a look at how much science we have left on Novice. That's not it here. 200,000. Okay, we're good. So as long as this cadence here is good. How many hours do I have in Factorio? The age-old question. 8,920 hours and half an hour more. But all the other sciences are working. But at some point, some random science is going to blow up. And it will be like, what? Why is that science not working? Impressive? Yeah, I mean, it's my job, so... And has been for the last 8 years, basically, or 6.5 years, so... It's a... Like that clip there 7 minutes ago is just haunting me. Alright, so this is the one we need to... And I'd much rather have accumulated 9,000 hours in Factorio than 9,000 hours in the Office suite, Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, Word, which was basically what I did before. So, I was just mocking me. I'm sorry. No, I wasn't mocking you. I was mocking my previous self. Not even mocking, but just kind of. Sorry. I'm also a headphone user. So I'm also. That also hurt me. Trust me, it hurt me as much as hurt you. But yeah, definitely not mocking you. Yeah, they wanted this to be like that, so that's how it is. The reason is it's the same. It's a sound file that plays, but it plays slightly different because each one is a little bit different here. So that means it's the same sound bit that just gets staggered. I'm awake now. Sorry. I have in Visual Studio. Yeah, that's also yeah. But you know, create stuff. It's our beautiful new ship. Let's actually see something here. Okay, they're just stuck at 1.5 and they're not. It's not overflowing. Ah, 27. I want my updates. All right, so now this one. Oh, it's not working. Okay, well, we know. Where is that barrel? Oh, there it is. Okay, so now we know. These ones request in priority over this. So this is completely useless. Yeah, rocket request first. I also thought so, but I don't like sort of assuming too much if we can just make a test. So I like doing these kind of tests when that's possible. And there's not really any way we can do anything about it. What we could do, potentially, was take all of these and move them over here as close as possible. And then take all of the storage and also move it over here closer. I don't know if that wins me much. It is the travel time because it launches out here and then I have to travel this distance. Oh, but the Davis has left again. No? Oh shit. It's not working. No. Oh crap. Yes, no, it's correct. You're not supposed to carry this. That's supposed to be carried on you. You're still waiting. And you're also waiting for a repair pack. Seriously? Oh crap. Yeah, repair packs are kind of necessary. Oh, you got it. Just fucking go. Can't wait for that repair pack forever. That is so weird that the repair pack didn't just come in when it was waiting for it. Oh, right. It must have used all the repair packs because it's only a little bit here. So it has used the 100 repair packs that it got in, and then it just requested another one. Yeah, I don't want to wait for that. Now the next one is actually Battle Nogari, which is not ready yet. Dose is heading out. Battle Nogari is coming in. Well, 65,000 kilometers away, so that should be pretty close to the good ratio here. And over on here we have 560. So we're actually, with this cadence that we've now enforced, the time between the ships, we are now getting, we're now having enough Promethium to keep it going, as you can see. Right. The only problem is that we don't have enough ships, which the next ship, both bigger and better, slower, is going to fix the last ship here. 80%. Damn. You're heading out. Let me see this one versus the ship here. Yeah, I think it's going to be overtaking again. The blip is almost gone. Yes, the blip is gone. $10,000 versus 20,000. Ah, it's not going to overtake it, but it doesn't. Its Battle is 20,000 kilometers away. So it'll be pretty close, actually. I like it. And the blip is almost gone. 1 minute more. What is the UPS down to? 27. It's not going to get any better. I think I actually don't want to have this ship. I think I wanted to have the other ship if I could. So how is the token thing working? Dropping off Pro. Right now it's working that a Promethium ship is not allowed to leave Aquilo heading inbound in system toward Navis unless it has a token. So then it picks up the token, flies to Navis, drops off the token, and then continues. Then when the token is dropped on Navis, another carrier ship, that's the one we have highlighted, is picking up the token, flying it back as fast as possible to Aquilo so that the next ship can get it. But it turns out we don't actually need it. Currently it's just over recycling loops. Yes, we do have that. Well, recycling loops, you mean like stuff like on Fulgora? Like these thingies here? I think that the best kind of recycling loop is actually this one where I sort of select things out that I want. And as a result have... That's probably not even correct. No, it's actually correct. Okay, so Battle Nagari has arrived before the token is here. But not a lot before, but a little bit before. That's fine. The token has been ejected. Good. And now you're waiting for this one. This is fine. Okay, so... Oh, available on planet. Why do we not have... Really? Seriously? Oh. Just get 200. There you go. Does a silo request direct from a cargo bay? Or does a robot deliver it to storage first? If so, a filtered storage chest for the token with either direction or nearby silo with auto request should reduce travel time. I thought about the same thing, but it's not really a big deal because in either case, it goes from here into a storage either here or here, and then goes into a rocket silo either here or here. So, you know, it's pretty much in a straight line. Or that one, which I don't like. So I was kind of thinking, well, if I have the storage here, then it's fine. I wouldn't risk transporting the token on the farming ship. You have 40 seconds before biters hatch. Getting the token could take more time. No, not getting the token. I'm not getting the token on the way out. I'm just actually dropping off the token. And it's not going to slow down the production because as the ship is flying out, it's producing anyway. So there's nothing... Like, the only thing that matters is that it gets... It comes in, drops it off, and flies off again. That's how it should be, because it should not request anything. But waiting twice for a bot. Yes. Hey, Bandlogari should be getting it inbound. Yes. There we go. I mean, on the one hand, you can also say that this thing works. So why fix it? The fixing it would only be to save a ship. But having it both drop off and pick up at the same planet is a little bit risky. But I'd love to try it. Because what could possibly go wrong? This one has to be all requests satisfied before it leaves, but it cannot unload. So what I would want to do is add a station here that goes between here, which allows it to unload and has no wait condition. It just unload. I think this could work. Because I don't want to request anything on this this planet, and I shouldn't request anything either, because there will be nothing that I've not used any of this. I've not used any of this, so by the time it gets here, I'll just come in, drop it off, fly off again. But I wonder if it has enough time to register, if it does stop or just. I guess we'll find out. Otherwise, we go back. How much Promethium does it produce? It produces 495,000 over a round trip. And a round trip is 48 minutes. So 495,000 divided by 48 minutes. Oops. Divided by 60 seconds. 171 per second, which is too little. And then I have divided by 48 divided by 60. And then I have 4 of those ships currently. So that gets us not enough. Oh, worst case it'll get stuck in it. That is perfectly correct. Thank you. That's the argument I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah. So that's not a thing. Okay, Battle Nagari is heading now. Has received it and is heading back. Okay, and I just want to make sure that our token carrier is... It's not even back yet, but it's now in the process of repairing. Yeah, this one slowly decreases durability. Yeah, I wish legendary repair packs, they have 6 times as much capacity, but they should be repairing 6 times as faster. Why are you not just using request satisfied instead of the token? And that's also what I'm doing. But I like the explicit nature of this. It's also easier for you to understand what's going on than this here. So you're stopped on Novice, waiting for that one to come in. Yes, happy. And Bandagari is coming in. And the first ship is Magmarel. Oh, we also have to now think about you. You are actually heading into Aquilo. This one should be 500. And it should be at Aquilo. And the reason I have this fusion power cell listed here, 1 from now is because if there's just any request here, it will not eject all the power cells, because otherwise it will actually eject the power cells and then it'll leave Novice without enough power. That sucks. How do I know? Don't ask. 605,000. Okay. So this is actually full. Yes. Well, yeah, it's full. Nice. Okay, so it got completely full. We don't actually know if it could have taken more, but we now know that 605 is the maximum capacity. This is not really... There we go. I wonder if that messed up something. Could mess up this one. No, it didn't. And then this one will now be 1800 next time. 17. Ugh, that's a 30-minute outbound. And Balnagara is coming in. Okay, then I'm gonna mess something up afterwards. But does the epic barrel token barrel work? Yes, it does. It works very well. I can't even see because I'm in streamer mode, so I can't see the name of who was suggesting it. So I can't even give credit. Let me just disable that. Nuke Marine. Ah, it's Nuke Marine who did that. Something that is voidable. Then you can do into the recyclers and build it on a quiller once every X tick, where X is the same amount it consumes science and signature. It just feels more precise as opposed to the arbitrary time it takes for the shuttle to return to quiller. I understand. I like it sort of conceptually better that there is a physical item instead of a timer. So I'm going to keep this even though it costs a ship. Sorry that the sound is not super enjoyable. Okay, so you are going to get this inbound. And that is here. So what I need to do, the next ship that comes in is not Magmarel. Still, Magmarel is still flying out. So I actually need to have... I need twice as many requested for this one. There, 300,000. 300,000. That means I actually need to overwrite the icons of 2 of these because I'm not going to use this. This is a product of a bygone. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be fun to clean up. What? I can't. Oh, like this. How many are there? Good. Let's see. Wow. This one is shooting. Damn. Alright, let's see what happens. You're munching on... There are more ammo coming in. Oh, they are already inbound. At this point, we don't really care if we're overspending. I dropped 3 on each. Hang on. I gotta run over. Damn, I'm running so slowly. Like epic gear and everything, and it still feels... Those bedtime stories is probably merit to you. Nice. Okay, so now let's see if the next batch is better at killing things. But we still need to go there ourselves just to clean up. Yeah, okay, so that works. Like the middle here. Damn, not dying quickly. Oh, that's not it. That one. Let's try this with 3. Come on, die already. Okay, and no more bite. Oh, there's the biters up here. Oh, and let's not stand in. So some of them, yes, but some of them don't, right? So this one, for example, that didn't... Oh, okay, there they go. They were just coming from some other location. Good. Alright, cleaned up. Where are you? You're stopped at Aquilo, and you're now waiting for the token to come in. Okay, a little bit of a hurry here. Where's the token? Token is coming in now. Okay, so now this is the one. I'm going to override. Magmaril is the next one that comes in. So I'm going to override. Battle Nagari is not ready. Okay, so it can't be that one. Barthak, I'm going to override you. There. That will now be this one. Which means I copy. Paste. 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 And then... Fuck it. Magmaril, you're... I'm going to do this... no, I'm going to... Okay, so that's the first row here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, oops, maybe 8, 9, 10, 11. Did I misplace that one? And I'll take this and stamp it down here. Come on. Good. So let's check if this actually got over. Yes. Okay. So now I have 330 set up. This is fine, right? Yeah. Ready to be launching onto the new ship. And I still want to see if... I think Battle Nagari will also be ready anyway, but yeah, it will. You are sitting here waiting for that ship to come in. It's going to be exciting. Exciting stuff. Woo! So we're going to follow this one in. This one will come in and then launch a total of 330,000 biter eggs, which is like so mind-boggling a number that... Oh, shit, is that enough? Yeah, it's... No. Yeah. When the other ones come in, they have used 16,600. So 2 times that is going to be less than 40,000. It's going to be 33,000. Okay, so 40,000 should be fine. And... Woo! Silver Cecil, there you are. Thank you for joining, and thank you for the 200 bits. So I would guess that you are about to turn around. Yeah, not long until you're turning around. Still 28,000. We'll hear the warning soon for the turnaround time. And back on Novice, what is our situation with 500,000 is still a really decent amount of stuff we get. But unfortunately, when the next ship comes in, because it's the first loop, it doesn't unload anything because it has nothing to unload yet. The first loop is just a collection loop, and then the next one will be both a collection and... Why is it saying 4 barrels on the way? Because that's the way that the logistics network works, that it says it assigns a robot, and a robot has a capacity of 4, so it'll try to get there, and that means the logistics content is going to be -3. It's a weird thing. And yeah, I had a very specific issue that arose during the playtest, and I talked to Vaslo about it, and he explained it to me. I was like, I know. And as he was explaining, realized that, yeah, it doesn't actually make as much sense as it used to. Like, okay, good. Just so that we are clear on that, because I think that was Vaslo, or maybe it was Bosket, but it was. Hype Train, have you left? You have left. Ooh, with your barrel, the precious barrel. We're up to 83,000. So if this ship will actually come in with 1 million signs when it has done the first trip and survived. That's a pretty decent amount. I'm actually thinking of something else that I need to check, and that is the tooltip here. You have 11,000 out of 21,000. Okay, so I can actually be a little bit more greedy than this. I can actually say I want 2 million of this. And I just realized that there's these here. This condition is set to 1 million. Okay, 1 million is fine-ish. Yeah. You're heading up, and Mackerel hasn't turned around yet. No, Mackerel has turned around. Okay, cool. But still not the warning on biters yet. And we're stuck with 234. Yeah, okay, good. All right, I'm excited for this. Well, I mean, it's not really much going to happen, but I did some. Well, we can do the calculations here as well. How many? 436. So that means I have 439 launch locations or locations, and each of those can handle 500 biters. So I can only receive 219 biters in one batch. Ooh, so it has to be 2 batches of biter eggs. That means this is going to be an absolutely nightmarish sound. That was exactly. Is it fine that it has the barrel and the condition is the battery? Yeah, those two different things. The barrel is the cadence, and the battery is which of these are going to be activated. The barrel controls whether to launch biter eggs or not, and the barrel here, the token is that. Yeah, only 219,500. It's a. The Weyland Yutani would be proud of our research vehicles here, research ships. That would be definitely Weyland Yutani level. And we should see warning soon for this one. 17,000, not really. Still so slow. Yeah, biter egg production bigger than the rest of the world now. That's actually funny. Let's see, production-wise. Yeah, it is. 213,000 per minute, and the second biggest thing here is 16,000. But we're not really producing much on any on novice at all, but we're consuming a lot. I also really love this one here. I mean, not this part, but the fact that we can see this is the rhythm of it. And then that's our objective, where this 5th ship is going to close that gap. And if it does, then we can migrate the other ships to that, and maybe we'll only need 4 ships instead of 5 then. Yeah, if something goes wrong with Clever, now it will be taken by biters in a few minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Wow. What's up, kitty? Oh, more cuddles. Okay. Yeah, okay, you want more cuddles. Okay. Medium biter. Ugh. More medium biter here. We're building better worlds? Nah, we're just building science vessels with 300,000 biters on board. Not yet, but there we go. Just instantly launched 300,000. That's going to be so glorious. Can I even look at Navis? Eh. This is not easy. Ah. Yep. That's 165,000. And down here, that's the other 165,000. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. And then they'll start crafting. Little kitty. Failsafe recycling capture rockets for bioflux. No, we don't do failsafes here. But I do think I should have a warning if bioflux drops below a certain amount. That's a good... I'll have a warning though, but I won't have a failsafe. And that's the reason why I don't have failsafe, because I don't have room for it. That's 219,500 eggs. Yeah. And it starts crafting. And everything okay alarm. And here comes the last bit. And then it should leave. Go. When this one hits 2,000 and ejects, then it leaves. And it has left. Woohoo! Yeah, propaganda. Propaganda. I agree. I should do that. I didn't put it in the design. Didn't have room for it and didn't consider it. So now it's like, too bad. Okay, what's interesting though is now we can start seeing that one. It's a spike. Promethium asteroid chunk. Oh right, it's on a 10 hour. Let's do a 1 hour here. Look and see, that's actually, we got too much. We gets up to 29,000. Hello, Samarkand, good evening. Did they put a delay between ejects? I remember ships would just eject any quantity, spamming it. No, they, whenever it hits a full rocket capacity, it ejects immediately. But when it's below a rocket capacity, it only checks like once every minute or something. How did you solve flux distribution to all the eggs? Each city block is its own separate entity. Alright, so we're now 35,000. Is that the right number? Yeah, it is. It can't get any better than this with this setup. Why Promethium something in space? Because you have to craft it in space. You can't create it anywhere else. Crafting surface condition. Crafted on space platform. What's the condition for ejecting eggs? I don't have a condition for ejecting eggs. I have a warning that says I'm running close to the edge now, but I should be running close to the edge. Oh, little kitty. He's so cute. And so cuddly. Okay, so the next one that comes home will be here. Oh, there is a little warning here. You are unfortunately still 300,000 kilometers away, so that's not really happening. And we only have 268,000 signs left here, so obviously we are gonna run out before this comes home. But you know. But now we've also spaced out our spaceships much better. Although at this point they'll be... actually, I think we can almost use this map for something, right? Well, yeah. Bandnagar, Davis, Barthak, and Mackerel has turned around. And the last one... There. Next hype train conductor. Come on, we can't have this name keep being here, right? Hey, Tom, thank you for the 200 bits. And you are now carrying the token out, but there's, for the first time, no one waiting for it. Try twice. Yeah, shouldn't try twice. And it would be kind of ironic that you're like, try twice, and then someone else tries, and then it just kind of works. But this is the random thing. Sometimes everyone just gathers up and it happens. Other times it doesn't happen. And the mystery is to figure out when is the time. I think, because I've been around for a few streams, not as many as Dude in the Park, for example, have, and the Factory much larger, but quite a Silver Seal, but quite a lot of streams have been around. I think if you're the one starting it, like I think if you're dropping 50 subs, then sometimes it motivates people, but other times if there is no one to motivate, none of the people who are sort of wanting to join in, then there is nothing to do about it, like something that happens today. But on the other hand, if you're like, see, if it has like 5 subs and someone else 5 subs, someone else 5 subs, then you know there's someone who's there, right? I guess that's more likely at least. Any spaceship go past moon in our lifetimes? I don't know. I don't think I have any interest in that anymore. Just saw a video about Star Rupture. Can't wait for it to go early access. Oh yeah, me too. I'm really looking forward to it. Oh, speaking of which, now I just thought about it because like, oh, I wonder if I get early access, and then I thought, oh yeah, other game. So I got an email from a company, or whatever, agency or something about a new upcoming game, and I was like, hey, upcoming, you want to do sponsored content for it? And then Said One Gaming replied, and I was like, and then I realized this idiot hiring agency has sent out a message to 10 creators instead of just going like 1, 2, 3, but then it goes like, nah, fuck it, I'll just share everyone's business emails with everyone, and then someone will invariably reply all. Like, as cozy as it is, so because like, okay, there's Total Eclipse, there's Battlecat Gaming, there's Kibitz, there's Z1 Gaming, there's me, there's like, okay. I'm like, oh my god, the level of unprofessionalism. But it is kind of nice to see that it's that sort of the crowd that is attached in that email is kind of like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, Quill, Northernlion, Wonderbot, Catherine of Sky, JD, Total Eclipse, Z1 Gaming, Raptor Cast, Kibitz. So it's like a lot of so it's nice to see. Oh, okay, so it's kind of the Factorio crowd, factory crowd. I mean, it's got to be some GDPR violation. Well, technically it isn't, because the business email is accessible on my YouTube page. So I would imagine that's also how everyone else's business emails work. But I have received a contract where, no, I have received, that was the worst one. I received a document. I was considering doing a campaign. I wasn't even accepting it. And then suddenly there was a Word document attached to one of the correspondence about, we were sort of talking about the terms and conditions and for the contract. So I'm really annoying about that. So they're sending Word document. I open the Word document, and lo and behold, the home addresses and phone numbers, I think phone numbers for some, of like 10 content creators in the US. Like, oh, that's probably not a document you want to share with everyone. You know, home addresses of YouTubers. We are a little bit guarded about this because I said I don't want to share that. Like, and my most secure part about it is it's not difficult to find my private address, but I'm not living in the US and I don't create drama streams, so there's little interest for people to sort of show up at my address. But you know, if I was a US content creator, and I would be a little bit more cautious about leaking my address to people. I'd probably have a post box for business things for that explicit reason. So, do these ships require gradual builds where components are slowly replaced by other while the whole pipeline cannot stop? What? Are these ships gradually built? No. That's a factory in the driveway. Yeah. I own a house through an LLC because otherwise it's public information. Yeah. Which is, I don't know if that's, you can't do that in Denmark. Not if it's registered for sort of housing. Then it has to be registered. It can't be owned by a company. At least not in many cases. All sorts of weird things. Okay, so Magmarel is here on the way back with 344,000 now, and still filling up. Like, there's starting to be less inbound here. Okay, and you are working. Ah, this is glorious. Look at that. Juicy. And we have not started harvesting yet. Well, because we only halfway out there yet. Cool. I'm gonna actually move you up because now you're part of the rotation. I really should move them in the sequence they come in. Right? Here. So Magmarel is first, and Barthak is second. Davis, Balnagari, and Hype Train. Next Hype Train conductor. We are nearing the blip. The blip? Where's the blip? Oh, right. Yes. Back on ours. Yeah, it's running out. 70,000. So. And then even when there's 0, there's still the stuff in these boxes. Ooh, that's interesting. That's a mistake. Because I don't use this anymore. Always a little cautious about just seeing something and instantly reacting. Like, oh, that's a mistake. Fix. And on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, because we don't use non-legendary blue science anymore. That's not great. Why are we... Okay. Oh, that's weird. That I don't like what's happening. Oh, I think I'm probably gonna mess something up now. How the hell did that happen? Okay, these are fine, but... This is fine. Fine. There are only a few that need double, and that's this one here. Okay, so there was a little mistake up here. But it didn't seem to have any impact. Interesting. Did I break it? Still consider GDPR violation requires specific actions. While email addresses are generally considered personal data, public availability doesn't automatically negate. Oh, yeah, okay. But, you know. You're still not starting to harvest, and mackerel is still not back. That's the two things. So I actually think I want to... Yeah. We are now going to do what? We're going to change some things. I'll actually retire all of this. So what I will do is I will say Magmaral, Barthak, Davis, and Balnagari here. And next hype train conductor will be on both of these because it needs twice as much. And then these here will be negated. Okay, because then I'll only have one of them operational. That means... Oh, that's the other end condition. It should be any of these. Maybe I don't care about this one anymore. Can't remember which ones I have. No! No. Why? How did that happen? Okay, trash it. They're trashing it. What the hell happened? Dude! Why? Isn't there one of them that actually needs this? Feet. Backpack. Okay, so it's in here. Yes, okay. You. And spare me the... I told you this would happen. So, top left green. No, this is correct. This one has to be double because it both goes up and down. So this is shared. Shared. And this one's not shared. This is not shared. This is shared. Shared. Extra goggles, nice. Well. Okay, let's try again. Oh, stop with that silliness. Good thing we don't have anything coming in. So let's see. What are the items we need? Magmaral, we'll take that first. That's the backpack. So Magmaral is the backpack first. Second one, Barthak, is the feet. Someone's turning around. Feet? That's this one. Oops. It is less than 4,000, and there's enough that is producing, so no worries. Davis is legs. Ah, Bartek was feet, not legs. Alright. There. Backpack, feet, legs. Goggles. And then the battery. Good. So if either of those are true, start launching. Should be done soon, that warning. There. And this warning up here will then be only the battery. And not that one. Because this will then be... And then as I change the ships to the new format, if it works, then... yeah. I'm not looking at chat, so if I'm saying small request for you, I'll check that small request in a second. It's always like these small requests, they're like, oh, it's just a small request. How many UPS? 27. Do you have any info in Rube MMO? No. Small request for you. I am a little triggered by the sound in the background. I have to listen to the game or on the street. What? Have to listen to it in the game or on the street. What does that mean? I found it to be the least annoying sound. The firefighter. But that's not it. This is more like an air alarm. Oh, well, that's a really good argument. See, that's an argument that good. Oh, that's... We'll try to get like this quiet sound here. I also maybe should just accept that it's doesn't need to be there. There. Good. Thank you. Don't forget my break. Thank you. We'll take a break. Ah, it's crashing. No, the science is crashing. But the next round will not be crashing. Next round, I think, will actually be perfectly perfect and awesome. If only we had a new hype train. Cool. Thank you. And what we then have to disable these as well, because they... With this can never trigger, right? This can never trigger. I'm not quite there where I delete these yet, but I'd love to. Actually, shouldn't... I need to see it working before I delete it. And then I'll update the tooltips afterwards. I could have just taken the whole other build and stamped it down once, but whatever. Too late now. Oh, sorry. Whew. Save and break time. Let's look at our new ship here. Alright, be back in 2 minutes. No, why is this stupid ship? What? Oh, it's that one. Damn it. It actually shouldn't have this one. Yeah, the ships don't have it. That might actually be a problem, but whatever. Or biter x equals to 0. Okay, so now this one we actually has to be babysat a lot, because my concern with this ship was, is it able to get enough Promethium chunks before it runs out? And I am pretty sure it cannot. That sucks. But it's produced quite a lot, but it still has 200,000. So let's see, 200,000. 197,000 eggs. And then multiply by 2.5. That's how much Promethium we need to consume that. And I have 137, so that's a hell of a lot of extra. That is never gonna work. And this is gonna take a while to eject, so I'm actually going to start ejecting now. Then we get to test that as well. Because this ejects at 80 times 6. So 480 per second. So it's going to take a while to get it stabilized. I want it to go less than... Ah, man. Damn it. This is always what happens with these operations here. Hey, at least you were diligent and we didn't discover it in the last second, because if we found it too late, then we couldn't eject the eggs fast enough, because 200,000 eggs is kind of a lot. So we need to start ejecting it now. And we can see, yeah, it going down at a pretty decent rate. So when it gets to 100,000, maybe, we can try to stop it again. So more storage? No, it has nothing to do with storage. The problem was that it... you can see it here. It never actually... As soon as it crossed the boundary into the Promethium fields, it was like, oh, but I already have 300,000, so I'm just going to turn around. So it never... This shape was never there. The farming of Promethium. It just went out and go like, oh, okay, I'm just going to turn around. But that's not what it should have been done. But since it relies on being able to craft continuously for 29 minutes out of the 30 minutes that I have available, then I have to eject some eggs, because I can't keep up. I can't get out here and start getting this before the eggs have spoiled, because this one's 60 seconds to 49. That's there. It has to go up to... Yeah, I don't even know. It has to probably go higher, but... The consumption rate over here is 29,000 per minute. So it has to go all the way up to the top before it even balances out. And that's not happening. So we'll get a little bit, but we have to eject like down to 50,000, I think. So you just need to try. No, I need. Everything is on a timer, a 30-minute timer because of the eggs. So when I fly out and then I stumble and do something, turn around, then it's already too late because I need the 30 minutes to be continuously producing. And if they're not continuously producing, as soon as I turn around, then I need to get rid of some of the eggs before it goes out. So what I needed to do was I needed to continue outwards into the fields so that I would start. I would have 600,000, but I need 330,000 there times 2.5. I need 825,000, but I start the journey with 600,000, so I need to get 225,000 more. Within 225,000, I need to harvest that within the 30 minutes. Otherwise, disaster strikes. I can only do that if I actually just push out to get out there as fast as possible. Then once I'm out there, then at some point I need to turn around so that when I leave the Promethium fields, I have 600,000 again. It's a little bit of a challenge, and it probably takes like a day's worth of effort to just get that balance down. But you can also see now we are still not out there where we farm the materials. Yeah. And it's just slowly going down. Admiral is actually turning around and getting up, but this one's also completely crashed. So this was a manual botch with the condition here that was set incorrectly. 75,000. I think it was this ship was saved because of that. Let's see if I know it. That's you save the ship. Already have a pretty decent amount. This is as much science as the other ships carry back. That's 490,000. Oh, we have a warning. That must be Barthak. Yes, no, Devis actually turning around. Still good, no problem. Admiral is now heading towards Promethium. Slightly common to see so many biters. You wouldn't see the biters. We'd get the warning, and then this one counts up here. Yeah, as well. Oh, it's not actually counting up. Okay, that's another little thing here. Oh, right, there's a start condition that's missing. Alright, that's another good thing. We wouldn't even see the warning. We would just get a notification that the ship had been destroyed. Yeah, okay, so it needs to go from here into that one. And now it starts counting. So it counts as long as there are eggs on board. And then if it reaches, in this case I set it to 95,000, but the other ones I set it to 100,000. 100,000 gives me 2.5 minutes of panic, which isn't much when you can see how little can actually be ejected here. How long it takes to eject. I think I don't know if we're close. I think I want to go down to 50,000 or something, because if this was 50,000, then I could have 20,000 here. So I do expect that we can get a little bit more. Maybe we just stop this one ejecting now, and then we can come back and eject more later on, I guess. Does the ship just blow up? Yes. They spawn and bite, and they do spawn and then start eating the ship. But when you have 200,000 biters spawning at once, then it's just lag dead. No amount of laser turrets is gonna save you against 200,000 biters spawning on top of the thing that has 1,000 hit points. Okay, so we have now stopped ejecting, and we now count on being able to consume the rest. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to monitor it, so let me casually forget it. Not with that attitude. I don't know what attitude will alleviate that, but okay. 200k laser turrets, still not. Okay, so now it should start actually collecting some Promethium. Hello, Promethium. Well, I mean, there's one. Yes. I'm also shooting, these ones are also shooting the big Promethium asteroids, because then they shoot more, and that's better. So, yeah, we got Promethium. Woohoo! Awesome. We're rich. We're rich. That will offset the 29,000 I consume per minute. Mackerel is heading there. Good. Is it possible to have a dynamic alarm? If you can, yes, it is, but it's just a lot more, complicated. I was considering it, and I think it would be worthwhile to do it, but I didn't bother because, you know, I'm lazy. So this one will crash soon and just not have enough. And then we'll see the very first little itty bits of Promethium coming in here. Yum, 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 yum. We're only 15,000 out. We have 50,000 coming back. Red sugar, yeah. This is also like, yummy, lovely. Even if it just comes back with this amount, then it still feels worth it. Oh, okay, so it's really running out now. Yeah, so I said about 50,000 I think we could get. If we look at it, 50,000 times 2.5. That means I have to collect 125,000 within the last 13 minutes. Does that seem realistic? If we look at the production graph here, that was 17 minutes to get to the max. So what is the 17 minutes, and the spike here is here. So it's 17 times 27 divided by 2. That's the area under the graph. Okay, so in 17 minutes I can get that, but in 30 minutes, if this was 17 minutes, then it only goes up to... So if that goes up to 24 and that goes 13. I'm just the area of the triangle. 156. So it should be done. According to my calculations, we should be good. So... But it's not exactly like there's a lot coming in right now. And the problem is also the stuff that goes down. Oh, shoot. That's kind of important. That means half of it gets lost. Okay, these are the small things. Could you have more assemblers for science? What would that achieve? If I have more assemblers for science, I would also need more biters. And if I need more biters and assemblers, then I also need more Promethium. And I maxed out on my Promethium. So the whole thing is sort of tied in. Let me quote Eliyahu M. Goldratt, the brilliant author behind very much of the best book about supply chain management, that any optimization that's not on the critical path is not worthwhile, is not impactful, doesn't do anything. It's so if this is not the bottleneck, then optimizing this one, making it 10 times bigger, is not going to make any difference, because right now our bottleneck is collecting more Promethium. And for all the other ships, for example, I have perfectly balanced the collection of the Promethium by saying how long is this going to go out, getting this one. And that area here is going to be about 400 and something. A little low, actually. No, it's good. This is 448 is the maximum, so it's 447. Perfect. And that's what it can collect in a round trip. And in that round trip, it can consume exactly what is collected, and that gives us just a balance of consuming 30 minutes of production. So everything is balanced, and that's the tricky part. This is what we need to try to achieve here. Unfortunately, we missed it in the first round, so we'll have to do another full batch. You can also see now slowly increasing the amount of Promethium we're getting, not much, and our production of Promethium science packs have crashed because there's just not enough coming in on the belts. There's something coming in, sure, but not enough. We're 60,000 kilometers out, and we have 50,000 here. So now the question is, in the 50,000 in the last 11 minutes, does it seem reasonable? Do you think the underground belt storage for Promethium is kind of cheesing? Yes, it is. It's kind of cheesing. It's not the worst kind of cheesing, but it's... I don't think there's a way. I know it's not intended, but sometimes you have to sort of make... I don't like using belt weaving, but I think that this was a cool design challenge, and I'm really happy with the result. It looks so good, this belt weaving pattern, and it's so efficient. And then it became like an interesting design challenge. Stuff like building a bridge out here and then making another set of thrusters doesn't for me seem like a cool design challenge. It just seems like abusing game mechanics with the thruster stacking. So therefore I don't do that. So, yeah. Oh, music. Killed the damn music. And Mackerel has now reached here and should get the token. Also getting the token much faster this time because the token is already here and waiting. Already here and waiting. Thank you very much. There we go. And then we leave. Yeah. So off we go. But this has completely died in the meantime. I'm not switching science while it's dead because I kind of want to only run this science now. We're just missing a measly 46,000 signs, 46 million signs. That's not mad. That's not much. Should be fine. And then the other ones will be sort of following the same rhythm. This is the one I want to monitor because it's a little bit problematic. Let's see. Now we're getting Promethium science pack 5 per minute, 5,000 per minute. It's getting somewhere. But here it's down to 48. How much time would you need to eject all the eggs? Just warning before using the ship. Yeah, that's a good point. So each of these are ejecting onto a moving belt at 80 per second, and there are 6 of them. So that's 480 per second we can eject, and then we would just kind of have to say, so let's say when there's 10,000 left, divided by 480, that would take 20 seconds. And right now it would take 100 seconds, 1 minute and 20 to eject all we have now. So I don't need to panic at this moment. But we sort of... And this is why having sort of a warning that is a little more nuanced that says, okay, if you have 1 minute left, that's 60 seconds times 480. If you have more than 25,000 times the number of minutes left, then that's a problem. And the ship will only attack if they find turrets to attack. I made a ship designed to hatch biters. They hatch and walk around and despawn in 15-20 minutes. Really? Biters also attack rail lines and power poles because sometimes they just get stuck and they attack something nearby. And when they all spawn right around here, then they start clipping into each other, and then they bump into stuff, and then they attack that. So it's not exactly correct, but I think if you want to do that, you have to spawn them away from your here. But it makes sense. But in my case, I couldn't just remove the laser turrets and then I'll be fine. Absolutely not. It would kill the ship immediately. At any time is equal to the number of eggs you can eject with this time remaining. Then if current... you can... Yeah, yes. I can. I should. The problem is that I'm consuming it faster than I am ejecting it, right? No, I'm not. Obviously not. Because that would be silly. This one is now up to... What's it up to? 7,000. No, that's not the right one. 7.2. Okay. And 45. And how much time left? I think it's good. 9 minutes. But then we also have to go... I'm going to set this condition, which was super annoying because that was the condition that I didn't want last time. This is the condition that ruined it for us last time. Greater than... So now this 3.6 is just what is inbound here. Hey, mackerel! Woohoo! Oh, that was actually also important to see that it actually, our new hacked system here works. Yep. And then we need to see if these spawn fast enough to actually, yeah, to have the next ship, because the next ship, Barthak here, is coming in. This one should start spiking now, or let's look at this. Yeah, it is. Look at that. We have 100%. That's at least 100,000. So go, go, go. Yes? No? There's another one that's... Nagara is fine. I'm not getting this. Oh, they were just taking stuff that was really far away. Ugh. Yeah, okay. So it took way too long to have them actually go out and start flying like this. Now they get started. Good. Alright, back to this one. Back to the panic. 4.3, 41,000. 41,000 in 8 minutes. And it's a nice amount we get in here now. It feels like something. What are we at? 8,000? 8.3, 8.5? It still needs to go way further out. And you're already out. And what about our token carrier? You're still sitting here waiting for this to come in. Come on. Ugh. Stupid Narnia bots, yeah. That's crazy how much slower it is. Because the worst part is, it isn't even launching. It's still just requesting it inbound. I really... There you go. No, that was not it. Hasn't even launched yet. There you go. Off you go. That took a while. Back to this one. Monitor. 39,000. So 40,000 in 7 minutes. Looking good. I think we're good. I think we could maybe have got... We really pushed it. It could be like 60, 70,000. But I don't want to cut it too close. Okay. This one's still pretty far away from Magmaral, or from Aquilo. So you are still not here? Come on. Hey, look at that, 32,000. I don't know. There we go, finally. But the other one is already well on the way out there. There we go. Okay, so how far? It's 30,000 kilometers plus, what is it, 15 between the initial planets, right? Yeah. So it's 45,000 kilometers, and you are 45,000 kilometers away. 55,000 kilometers away. So it's actually not completely off. And this one is getting back to the 1 million, please. And here, monitoring again. I'm just getting a little worried about it. 6 minutes? It doesn't go down as fast as I'd like now. Up to 11,000. So if we look at 11,000 Promethium per minute is divided by 2.5, that's 4,400 biters, and we had, was it 6 minutes left? 26,000, so we do need to harvest a significant amount more. Yeah, we need to get up to like 15, 16 faster. Interesting. And it's stabilized at 1 million. The thing is, like, when we get this research, I am going to delete some of these. So you can see here I've already moved six biolabs, and I'm gonna then basically remove 6 more on the other side. I think that'll be correct. And that will just lower the consumption rate, because I don't want it. I want it to be 1 million, but I don't want it to be 1 million, 1.1 million, or 1.2 million. I want it to be 1 million, as close as that as possible. Each of these are producing 1800 per second. What? Really? Okay, so that's a lot. Yeah. No, it's consuming 3. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me. Yeah, that doesn't tell me how much it's producing. But indirectly, it does. 32 in 5 minutes. Right, let's have a look at Barthik is still en route, and the token carrier is almost there. Okay, so the token carrier is getting there first. 30,000, so it's 5,000 kilometers left. You have still 25,000 kilometers left. So those 20,000 kilometers should be enough for the token to actually land safely on... yeah. It's actually landing now, or it's ejecting now. And poof! There. Good. And that just has to land on Aquilo before Barthik's ship is coming in. Okay. And back to the panic. It's not really increasing by much. Now we're up to 13,000. What are we at? 5 minutes, yeah. Divided by 2.5, multiplied by 5 minutes. That's 26,000. Okay, so it's gonna be there. Hey Banjo, have we gotten closer? Yes, I think that if I didn't mess up my part here, we would actually be there. So. You would actually have something useful, but I haven't really confirmed that the new ship is working, so it needs to run stable, completely stable for 1 full round before I can start replacing the other ones. Oh my god, the nightmare of replacing the other ones. I also don't know if it's actually better. It might just be the fact that since it flies slower, then it's not actually better. Then because it flies slower, then it might need to do a longer trip, and that longer trip means that the faster production isn't outweighed by it. I do think it is though, because a longer trip will also mean that it goes out into the more well, a longer trip just means that it takes longer to do that. Yeah, okay. You love it? Yeah, it looks cool. Yeah, this looks cool. I agree. Would it look better if this one went straight up here instead of having a kink? I think so. What about now? Where are we at? We're going up to 15. Okay, so 15 sounds good. 15, and it's like 4 minutes left. Oops. Yeah. So 15,000 divided by 2.5 multiplied by 4 minutes. That's 24,000, and I have 24,000. Ooh, it's gonna be down to the wire, but it's catching up and it's getting better now. Now it's even. Before it was not getting enough, so I think we're good. Barthak is receiving this inbound together with the other ones inbound. Yes. And 490,000. I think we made it, yes. That got in, and this one is waiting a little bit because, yeah, there we go. Perfect. Well, almost perfect. Perfect enough. Close enough to perfect. And then Devis is the next one coming in. 125,000 until it gets to Aquilo. And then more. And then you are just kind of hopeless. That's because you don't have a name yet. Also these Promethium chunks that are stored here. $21,000 in... Let's see now. 16. I'll do 16. $16,000 divided by 2.5 multiplied by 3.25 minutes. That's 20,000 consumed. And I have 19,000. Looking good. And then I will slowly start building it up. I think this one just needs to go to 200,000 to actually make it. Because we're already pretty far out, so yeah. It's also a decent chunk of change coming back. And you're coming in. This number is also increasing, but that's just the density on these belts that's increasing. Okay, it's getting up to a decent density now. All the way up to 19. And we can see the last inserters back here are also starting to see some action, so it's good. I feel safe now. Walk it down still, and we have the next ship coming in. Let's have a look at our Promethium storage. We are down to 63,000. That's really not a lot. 62. Can Barthak reach? Hopefully. It seems too close considering the long trip the Promethium has to reach the labs. Oh, that's actually a good point. That's a good point. Though it's not as long. It's from up here and in here. It's not going through all of this because we did the bypass here. But it is a good point that I need to not sort of celebrate. Let's keep the keep the cork in the champagne just a little bit longer. 2 minutes and 20. But what I can look at now is actually the production rate. If you look at the production rate, that's 22. So if I'm producing 22,000 per minute, then I am currently consuming 7,700. And I have 2 minutes left, right? Yes, 2 minutes left. And 7,000 times 2 minutes is good. So it was a good point that the harvesting rate is not actually right now. That still takes a minute to get in here. But the consumption rate or the production rate of Promethium is the actual consumption right now. So good point. You almost found another error in this. And I do love cutting it close. This is so ridiculous that you start out with 330,000 and then we sort of balance it out. So I have a good intuition for how many how biter eggs spoil. This one is almost there, and just look at consumption stat. That would be too easy. There's no consumption stat here. Where is it? Oh, that's because it's 11,000. Yes, 11,000 per minute. That's probably a good idea. Stop being so silly. And how much do we have here? We don't see the warning yet, but it's gonna be here. Oh, it's 2%. So it's just further down here. No Promethium signs. But here's the Promethium signs. It just managed to reach 0. And we just got the warning here that, oh no, there's no more Promethium storage in storage. And there we go. It's good. So this one will not see a clip. Oh, it's at 4.2 experiment. Oh, are we panicking? 4.4x, but that's here, 7x, 7,000 x per minute. $5,500x. So that's in a minute, and there's more than a minute left. You are, yeah. Okay, we're gonna sit there. So this is where we get a false sense of security, because by comparison, this is not much left. But still, 4,000 biters spawning on top of our spaceship is not exactly trivial. I'm suffering a lot. Yeah, me too. I want to cut it close because it's fun. But I do feel quite confident. We're down to less than a minute left. How many eggs would your defenses be able to handle? Less than 100. No, I think I did something where it was like a couple of hundred, but it was not. It's spread out because there was something on the belt as well. If it's right here, I don't know. Probably not even 100. Okay, still panicking. 44 seconds. Easy. Easy. I'm really happy with my intuition about this. 900 eggs, 800 eggs remaining. And then we'll see this number just shoot up in the storage because it's no longer being consumed. I don't think one biter spawns for every egg. Yes, it does. That is exactly how many a biter spawn for each egg. And then now we just see this jumping up. And this one fills up there. And we just have a few biters here and there that just... And they will just spawn in 20 seconds. But we do have a few lasers here and there, so that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, Barthik is now heading out, and we have Devis coming in. And what about our token carrier? You are out? Okay, so the token carrier is going to be fine. Here, we're just going to watch this spawn. Bzzzt. That was close shave. Yeah, I mean, that's how we do it here at Wayland Yutani Research Company. Okay, so this is now 300,000 kilometers out. So it needs more. There, spawning. Does it? I think it spawns less because UPS. I mean, the token carrier. This is something we invented today based on a comment by Nukemarine in the stream chat. I have now 5 ships that are coming back with Promethium. I was just kind of closing my eyes to the problem of what if 2 of them arrived at the same time. It could kind of handle it, but what if 3, then bad stuff could happen. So some kind of way to keep them in a rhythm so they don't come in at the same time. So what we developed a system to do was to say, when they get to Aquilo, they are not allowed to depart Aquilo until they have a token. So they get the token, and then they fly to Gleba, then they fly to Navis, they drop off the token, and then they continue outwards. Then another ship, the token carrier, is picking up the token, flying it back, and dropping it off, so that the next ship that's coming in will then get that token. Here's the token carrier. So the token carrier is coming in here, and needs to drop it off so that the next ship will come in and pick it up. And that means that they will now, if more ships arrive because whatever, then they will be stuck at Aquilo until they can come in. And we make sure, well, a little bit of coincidence, that the amount that it comes in with is enough to keep it so that that round trip of the token, the next ship comes in, it won't run out. Which means that I can now sort of balance them out, that they now come in with a certain cadence, and that cadence is enough to build up a reserve. And if I then just can farm enough, then I'll have my 1 million signs per minute, and then I'll be sure that I have it. It's not just like it's random that they just came in and dumped everything and then it can run for an hour, and then after that hour, then kind of it doesn't keep up. But if we can do this, then it can keep up. Ships waiting out in the bay until a tugboat can come by them. Yes, and I only have 1 tugboat. That's basically it, yeah. How many ships you have sometimes? Just seeing those, moving. Yeah, that's a few. Also like this part here. Barthik is now coming out. Davis is coming back. And the token carrier is moving back. And then the token carrier is going back to Navis without anything and just sitting there and waiting until the next ship comes in. The next ship will be Davis. And here we have the next hype train is here. This hype train will, next hype train carrier will at some point, where are we at on consumption rate? We're 23. Okay, so something I was thinking about was this part. From the spike at 29, then going down. Will that be like 17 minutes? I think 17 minutes to get out of that. From... Okay, how do I explain this correctly? I would like to know when I should turn around this ship, so that when it gets out here and doesn't collect any more Promethium, then it will have 600,000. So how the hell do I know when to turn around? Because now I've been consuming something while I was out here, and I don't want to go too far, but I don't want to go not enough. So what I could do is, if I know what the peak is, that is 29,000 per minute collection rate, and I know how long it takes from where it is at the peak to the edge when flying back. And I think that's 17 minutes. It might be a little bit less now because it's flying back and then it's flying a little bit faster. So if I said it was 29,000 divided by 17 minutes, and then because that would be, the graph would be a triangle, then I divide by 2 to get the area under the triangle. Then that means That's a really good question what that means. Oh, it's multiplied by 29,000 times 17 minutes divided by 2. There we go. That means my expectation is that from I leave to I reach the edge. No. From I leave, yeah. It doesn't actually help me. Because that means I just get 250,000 on the way back from, but I don't know how far that is. Well, actually I do, because I know 17 minutes times 60 seconds times 370 per... That's 377,000 kilometers, which is kind of where we are now. So basically means that when I'm at 380,000 kilometers out into the field, then I can, if I click at that point, turn around, then it will take 17 minutes and it will collect another 250,000. Good numbers to know. Good numbers. Whew. But if it then goes further out, then it will be at peak consumption, peak harvesting rate, which should be like 29, which is where we should be now. We're not quite there. We need to go a little bit further out to really get the peak. That's probably about 400,000 kilometers out. But if I go out to 400,000 now and then turn around, then I won't have enough because I'll only get 250 on the way back. So I need to get a little bit more. Yeah, my speed is 349, not 370, but it's 370 on the way back. Or I would say it's 350 going out, and then it's 370 going back. Just let the buffers fill up and then reduce the timeout according over time. Yeah, that's... The reason why is because it takes 2 minutes for each iteration, or 2 hours for each iteration. 1 hour cycle, plus it's running at half speed, the game. So it takes 2 hours. So, I don't want to be running this. If I can spend 5 minutes calculating, then I maybe cut down the iterations from 5 to 2 iterations. So I don't want to just go like, whatever, because I want to cut it as close as possible. And from me doing a test and then 2 hours till I see the result, it's a little bit... I kind of don't want to be running that too many iterations. So that's why I'm kind of trying to think it. So I think maybe 450, then we turn around, is a good number. Or in this case, when this one reaches 200,000? Yeah. 200,000. Because then we've reached so far out that, yeah, I think so. And let's have a look at how the density of the belt. Like, if the belt was completely packed, since it can't be stacked, it's 60 times 4. That would be 240 per second. What is that per minute? That would be 14,000. And then that's on one side, and then on the other side, that means that my peak capacity of collection is going to be 29,000. So it's close to that. So we won't be able to get higher than 29,000 no matter what. Why not going back at 50 capacity required for all eggs and 0 eggs left? At 50 capacity, 0 eggs left, yes, sure. But I actually want to turn around before, when I still have eggs left in the normal case. This is what I do for all of these. This one, for example. This is, okay, 125,000 out. It'll turn around when there's like 25,000 eggs, because it just fits better. I think it's really hard to describe, but it's because of these graphs. You can see the consumption graph is a flat, it's a rectangle here, but the collection rate is this here, and you just have to balance it out so that the area under the graphs are the same. Not quite, but they are proportional. in the rate. Like this should be 25, while this should be. So you want to fly out so much that, yeah, the area under the graph is the same. And that's the balancing. Basically this graph here, this graph, the Promethium graph here should be the same shape and size or area as the orange graph here. Lovely that they have the same colors, but they just switched them. Those colors, man, those colors. Yeah, so that's the simplest explanation I can give. All right, so we have Devis almost coming back, so it's time for us to check how our storage. 150,000. Why not collect Promethium on the side of the ship? Now it's wasted. It's not actually wasted. Because this is collecting it. And there's a little bit, when it's at peak, there's a little bit that it goes by. There's probably also eventually something that also goes by here. And I'm having 3 on the side to collect. So we are collecting almost all of it. So collecting some Promethium down here, yeah, I could do that. But then I'd have to pass that from a different belt in here onto that. And it's hugely complicated. It's the same argument why these are not also picking up other stuff. It's for me to be able to manage the belts, so I don't have mixed belts. If I suddenly combine these two, it's going to be a nightmare. So the sides are made for this, but if you also look at it, it's really not that much. Like there's a little bit of Promethium. If in the grand scheme of things, when we're collecting 25,000 per minute, then this is a little bit more. It would complicate the ship design or the design immensely, because then these ones would also be collecting Promethium, and then the Promethium would have to sort of jump from one belt over to the other one. So what if they get stuck? What if they are overflowing? What if then this belt is not able to get all the important materials because it's now full of Promethium? Like all those things, I can't cope with it. Yeah, it's because it's, for me, it is something that I cannot see through all of the consequences, and there is going to be immense amount of consequences of potential. Like, what if it runs too much? What if it's too little? What if it gets stuck? What if it collects it, but it's stuck in here because it can't output on the belt, and then suddenly it can, and then like all the shit that could happen. Right now, I've said there are 2 systems. There's the Promethium system, isolated from air-gapped from a general asteroid system. It works immensely well because there's no connection between them. There's no interdependence, and interdependence is what kills us. So that's why I'm not doing it. It is complex enough as it is, and you know, we're getting pretty close to fully saturated belts anyway, which is what I want. And at this point, we are also will also be in a position where they probably can't even get rid of these fast enough. They can, but at some point they can't. And then we might actually have something bumping in. Let's see. We do need to wrap up. We are also on the way back, apparently. Okay, so now we're on the way back. And the question now becomes, will this one get all the way up to 600,000? I fucking hope so. Yeah, probably is. We'll see. Yeah, Promethium is not safe as sushi. Yeah, exactly. How much Promethium can you store in one of the assemblers for science? Would it be more packed than belts? You can do some cheating thing by changing recipes, because then it goes into an overflow buffer that is unlimited, and then you could sort of flip the recipes and then just keep millions of signs inside this one, but that is super abusive. Meow, meow, meow. All right, I'm gonna wrap up today for now. So things are working, science is good. I think that when this one comes home, it'll actually get us there, but we'll see on Monday. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Thank you so much, Sujin, for trying to get that hype train up and running. Too bad that it didn't work today. Maybe another day, but I know So, yeah. So, that's definitely more on a belt, isn't it? No, it's not. Not a belt of 5x5. So, of stacking. So, thank you. Good night. Take care. And stay effective, everyone.